Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 28th of April, where I'm coming from, and I hope you are all very well. Thank you for those who are doing the roll call so far. I think 4IS is responding to my test message with some testies. Woozle, starting off with the $2 gift I can see there. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Helps a lot. Any small way, goes a long way to helping keep this thing going. So thank you very much. Hobo Joe, yo, 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 yo. Mystery Movement is back with the milk. There it is. Mamupa, yo, yo. Yes, I hope we're all doing fine today. Jag in the house. How you going? Yes, I hope we are all doing well today. We're going to be carrying on from yesterday's topics. There was some funny stuff that we covered yesterday. Funny. I guess it really depends who you're speaking to. But yeah, there was some interesting stuff that was going on yesterday. We covered, what's his name? Cole Allen, the suspected Trump shooter. I don't know why they called this person a suspected Trump shooter. Like, they actually apprehended him. While he was obviously trying to crash the media convention that was happening at the Hilton. But like, whatever, he's a suspect apparently he's faced court, so we're gonna have a look at a couple of things. But like, to make the funny situation funnier, yes, Naruto running start failed. Yes. Okay. So I understand the reference now, and Naruto ran himself straight through the security detail, which is so funny if you watch the CCTV footage. Like, he just kind of like this is like a blur. It's like straight through, and then they start shooting after they realize what the hell just happened. But yeah, he Naruto'd his ass on through there, and yeah, he's faced court today, I believe. But like, funnier, like, to add all these extra layers of entertainment to this situation, Trump went on 60 Minutes or something like that, and was asked questions about this shooter, and like, Trump lost his cool hard and kind of crashed out, and it's pretty funny. So we're gonna have a look at that and see how that relates to the whole thing. We're going to like touch on some Iran stuff. I said I wanted to do Iran yesterday because I feel like I'm out of the loop now, because I spent a bit of time not analyzing Iran every second of my waking existence. And it kind of has just fizzled out. Like, this time a month ago when we were all meeting for these streams, like, you know, it was pretty much 6 hours of Iran talk straight. And we didn't even talk about Iran yesterday. So I do want to have a look at Iran, developments, whatever the fuck that means. And I want to have a look at some other hot button culture war issues for an Australian audience, like the welcome to country that seems to be back on the menu, boys. For discussion, apparently, and I think that's being pushed by neo-Nazis and it's being picked up by places like Sky News. So we're going to have a look at discussions relating to the welcome to country, especially as they relate to what happened over the Anzac Day long weekend, and we'll look at some other shit as it comes out as the day unfolds. Ninja Nerds, morning everyone. Are we talking about the latest episode of America at First Sight? Yes. Mamupa, probably not staged because he lived. Woozle, I thought he was talking about you. You thought he was talking about you. Yes, interesting. Let's have a look at this one. I found a clip of the suspect going through security. Oh, okay, this will be good. Let's see if this is a legitimate clip of the suspect or not. I wonder where this leads us to. All right, let's get into the interesting stuff of the day. Let's see what this is. Let me get my headphones on. What's this from? This is a scene from the sequel 1982 Airplane 2. Okay, let's have a look at this.
Not so fast, Richie. All right. Okay, so long.
Well, these navigational charts seem okay. I don't think there'll be any problem. Hey, why the long face?
I'm still worried about the shuttle. You saw Ted's report, and he is the program's top test pilot.
Was the program's top test pilot until his mental
So
breakdown.
good. I thought this movie was called Flying High. Unless it's got a different name in the US. Unless this is a sequel. The sequel? Airplane 2? Welcome to Country. It looks like the Culture War yearly cycle is kept to its regular scheduled programming. Apparently. We'll get into it. But you know what is really funny about this Culture War? This Culture War, when it comes to the Welcome to Country, especially in the context of Anzac Day, it's being led by neo-Nazis. So I hope these people understand that, like, if they're going to get into this culture war, then, like, we're just serving the neo-Nazi agenda. Let's get it on. Dilemma's in the house. Hey, can someone clarify? I thought this movie was called Flying High or something like that.
Sweetheart, the opinion of a madman doesn't impress me or anyone else in the program. The trial proves that. Ted Stryker's part of your past.
Marsha?
Very good. So this is like the height of American security detail right now. Being made fun of back in like the 70s or something like that. There's been a lot of controversy. If you don't know what we're talking about, maybe you weren't here in yesterday's stream, and maybe you've been living under a rock, but like 2 days ago now, there was a gala dinner. I don't know, some event that they hold with the press, the media, and people lucky enough to be given a ticket, I guess. They get to sit down with the president and his cabinet and his administration, top officials. I don't know, share the same space and they talk. It's supposed to be a jovial event. It's not meant to be like hardcore, investigative journalism or something like that. What's this? The FBI finding mentally questionable young men online.
Listen, instead of killing yourselves, I've got something real important for you to do for me.
Oh, this is how they found this guy, Cole Allen, by the way. This is exactly how the FBI does their stuff. Thank you, Mamupa. But yeah, like I don't know, there was some type of event and this guy was staying at the Hilton and got through security, like no questions asked, like he ran through security. And that was the first point at which I guess all of the security details surrounding this event and the president of the United States really had to grapple with the idea that there might be a security risk at this event. And so it's just called into question all of the security around the president of the United States and like if America is ready for these types of events, considering like the long history of this stuff in American politics and just surrounding Trump. And so like apparently there's the King of England is coming over for a visit soon to the US. And so the English are questioning whether the Americans have the capabilities to offer security for their highest dignitaries, I guess. And so, yeah, American security is being called into question largely at the moment, hence why we're making fun of it. Now, I think there's something funnier, though, which is we read through the Shooter's Manifesto yesterday. Shooter's Manifesto, I should say, quote unquote there, because like who actually knows if this is the Shooter's Manifesto or if it's one of those things that have been planted. So we all think that he was some crazy lone wolf and we don't ask any more questions. Similar thing happened with Tyler Robinson after the Kirk event. And like the script was like really weird. His conversations with his trans lover, it was very, very formal. And like if you ever heard 22-year-olds talking to each other, especially via some form of text communication, it seemed really out of place. So people are questioning whether this was the manifesto, but the manifesto claimed certain things about the Trump administration and like high-ranking Trump officials in relation to them being associated with, basically being the Epstein class and all of the implications that come with that. So we're going to get into that now. And yeah, Trump really throws himself under the bus in this clip. I must say it's hilarious. Woozle, I remember there being both the airplane ones and the flying high ones. Okay, fair enough. Obviously I'm not across all of this. Remember, it's obviously Nazi provocateurs, but doesn't necessarily mean they are wrong. Yeah, okay, fine, but like, I think what I'm trying to say is they are setting the conversation here. So as long as everyone is comfortable that this is being brought into the Australian culture wars by Nazis, then like that's fine. But like they're setting the conversation here, so everyone should be cognizant that they are deciding what the next culture wars conversation is. You know, apart from the media doing it, like the mainstream media or something like that, where we're being directed by neo-Nazis now. Ninja Nurse, King's birthday, we'll talk about Republic, but not before we get a week of coffee costing more than $5. Is that the trans icon Peter Credlin? Yeah, it actually looks, they have share something there, don't they? Either that or they get their wigs at the same as Amazon retailer. Dilemmas. I'm interested if there is fallout after the King's visit. I'm still trying to work the angle. Surely it can't be to pressure the King to get involved in Iran, like the Goth incident. You're not cultured, remember? Yes, I do remember now. Yes, yeah. And I figured out, obviously, there are varying levels of culture, and obviously in order to exist on Twitch, in Twitch sphere, hey, this is a Twitch chat, what do you expect? There's a particular type of culture that you need to carry to be considered cultured. So I've had my lesson, and I'm not changing, so fuck everyone else. Clarice, we are one bad day away from America gets great purges and the great leap backwards. Wow. What a way of painting that, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? And comparing it to China, purges and the great leap backwards. That's very interesting. Obviously, considering the juxtaposition between what's happening with the US compared to China at the moment. I like what you did there, Clarice. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are well. Yeah, apparently, you know, in terms of the king and getting involved in Iran, yeah, I don't know if that's the thing. Do you reckon that's what it is about? Like the king's visit, like Trump will be putting the pressure on to get, because what is it? Keir Starmer refuses to get involved in the Iran debacle, like aggressively involved. Apart from collective defense, which means going to Iran and being aggressive, but like outrightly being aggressive, they don't want to do that. And so the king is going to step in somehow to make that happen and change the mind of Keir Starmer. I think that's what Trump is banking on. We'll find out, won't we? But we're not going to find out if they don't improve their security detail. So, you know, more on this coming. But let us not delay any further. Let us hear Trump crashing out on this one. It's pretty funny if you haven't experienced it already. It's quite enjoyable, actually.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President.
Stunning.
He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile.
That's what you said before, Woozle, right? Oh, you thought he was referring to you? Hey, if the shoe fits, asshole. So good.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me,
shut up.
I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things.
Exonerated? What the fuck is he talking about? Exonerated from what? Like, how did he get exonerated? I'm waiting to hear this. Is someone in the chat going to enlighten me? How the did Trump get exonerated? They tried to scratch his name from the Epstein files and released as little as possible, which was against the law anyway, but they still did it. And Pam still got fired for doing a shit job. But no, he's been completely exonerated.
But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me.
Shut up.
You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the
disgraceful.
Yeah.
So good. It wasn't finished. It wasn't. God, I hate you. I hate all of you plebs. Why don't you just do what you're told? So good. Ninja notes, I'm not an expert, but the king's visit feels like soft diplomacy. If anyone is going to be qualified for diplomacy, surely should be the King of England. Surely. Like, what else do they do? That's all they got. Dilemmas, I doubt it, but I could see Trump undermining two-tier Kia to get more support for his war, quote unquote. Clarice, I got associated with stuff. Fair enough. You're free to go, sir. Yeah, completely exonerated. Hey, why do we even go there in the first place? I gotta watch this again, man. Seriously. FBI scraping. Can't remove the stain of the E. Jean Carroll civil finding of guilty as fuck. America has burned all of its soft political power. LOL. Yeah, I guess so. And like that goes back to the first days of his second administration, where they literally had soft power institutionalized in things like USAID, and they just tore it to shreds. They got rid of their actual soft power abroad, like literally surgically removed it all, and just do the whole hard power thing now. I'd say you got to do both if you want to maintain the empire. Let's hear this again. I got to hear it again. He's just a fuck. It doesn't make him look any better, does it? Like, honestly, hearing him speak like this over the top. Like, she is reading his manifesto. I know she's obviously subtly taking digs at him. Hey, look, he said this about you got anything to say for yourself. But he does not handle this situation well at all. He could have laughed it off, but he got offended. And people... they can see through that. If you take offense to something, then you got something to hide, baby. 4S, wait for. But we started a war. How can people remember the files? Yeah, I know, right? Look at all the shit that I've done. I literally have shut down the world economy. I've screwed over more people than anyone thought possible. Biggest energy crisis on record, and you're still talking about the files? God damn. Is this the interview where he's like, I'm not a R word? And she's like, do you think this refers to you? Yes, this is the one. Listen to it again. I'll play it again for you, just in case you missed it. And she's like, oh, you think this refers to you?
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people.
You're horrible people. You, right there, lady. You're horrible people. All of you. Donald Trump speaks to the King of England in the same way. He's speaking to this journalist. That could potentially be seen as a sign of aggression. Keep in mind, America has a Commonwealth country to the north. Yes, can't you see it? Like, he's just like, you, King Charles, you're a goddamn disgrace, you are. All of you. All you royals are horrible people. Next minute, Canada invades. I'd love to see that, Ninja Nurse. I really would. It's just like the South Park movie when Canada invades the US. This is what we call successful rage bait, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, he is just completely thrown off here. Like, why can't he contain himself better than this? I guess the Epstein situation, he just can't handle it, can he? He just can't handle it. Hobo Joe, now correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we read on your stream that he'd done things to young girls before selling them off? How is he exonerated? Yes. And that's like the outrageous thing about him saying something like that. Completely exonerated. Like, there's nothing to suggest that he's been exonerated at all. And there's like, if anything, there's mounting evidence to like the case that he's way more than just associated with people that were in the files. Like, he is the files. It should be the Epstein and Trump files, or Epstein and the boys files. Like, because the Clintons are in there too. I have a feeling that Trump's loudmouth wouldn't be so popular with royalty. Guess we'll find out. We'll find out.
Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you
not
think
a
he was
pedophile.
referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the
disgraceful.
Yeah, but he can't help himself. Like, she's talking and he's like, just one more time, I'm going to tell you you're fucking disgraceful. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Love Jeff. Hey guys, it's been a long time. I'm sure if you were lurking yesterday or not, but hello internet friends. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Let's say Epstein. Yeah, let's. Okay. Make the assumption Charles has any spine is going to end up badly. I'm waiting for the king, Willie, for the monarch to get some balls back, if anything. Yeah. Hey, why not? We'll see. We'll see where that goes. I feel like the King of England visit is a fuck around and find out situation. The British Prime Minister only has jurisdiction over the United Kingdom. However, the King of England represents the entire Commonwealth, with countries who have pledged loyalty to king and country. That's a really interesting point there. Like, have you ever, as being someone who lives in a Commonwealth country, ever pledged loyalty to king and country? Have you ever done that? Because, like, I get flack every time I go and meet the French people. They're all just like, oh yeah, how's your queen, huh? Do you like having a king? And they're all like proud of their Republican heritage and the fact that they took care of their royals, if you know what I mean. And they laugh at the fact that I have some type of loyalty to a monarch. They're just like, what is that outdated system? Loser. You're a loser. I'm like, hello. I have never pledged any loyalty to the king or queen at any point in my life. I didn't think that was a thing. So I'd like to ask the chat, for those of you who live in the Commonwealth, have you ever been forced or put in a situation where you have to pledge loyalty to the queen or to the king or anything like that? I would like to know more. I would love to know your thoughts on that. Asking for a friend. Remember, though King's brother is a dirty PDF file, not sure who I dislike more, the King or Trump. Yeah, and see, this is it. This is why it shouldn't be the Epstein files. It should be the Epstein and the boys files, because there's a lot of people around the world that are implicated in all of this. And Epstein is just a piece. One piece. Dilemmas. The king said Canada was formed on unceded land. That's basically admitted England has no authority over it. LOL. Yes. Ninja Nest, whilst I have no love for the royal family, I understand one of the conditions of my citizenship is pledging loyalty to the monarch. whether you like it or not, until we become a republic, that's just the way. It is an attack on the monarch. It's an attack on our country for now. Queen, yes. King, no. The joy of monarchy died with Lizzie. Fair enough. My partner recently did her citizenship, Australian citizenship. I think it was like June last year, and she actually, like, there was a picture of King Charles there, and like, she could have chosen to take her citizenship oath and pledged loyalty to the king, or like said that she swears to God if she was religious or something like that, and then she had another option. She had like 3 options or something like that. So I was prepared to laugh at her though, after all the flack that I get from French people who think I pledge loyalty to monarchs. If she was going to become a citizen and have to pledge loyalty to the king, because I've never had to do that. I was going to laugh at her, but she didn't have to do it for some reason. Although I don't like the royal family, I don't have much faith that we could successfully replace them with our own head of state. Oh man, that sucks. That sucks. There's not a lot of faith in our political institutions. I guess, like, we're talking about like how the Governor General kind of sits there as an appointed head of state, right? And we wouldn't be able to do much better, I guess. Remember, the ADF pledges loyalty to the royals? Wow. Fuck, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Well, I guess we do. I guess Ninja Nurse is right then. If they take offense to Trump and they declare war on the US, then fuck, we're all screwed. God, I hope this meeting goes well now. Oh my God. In Australia, if your house is burning and you have a picture of King Charles, you must save the picture. Where did you get that from? God, that's hilarious. Quickly, fuck the family heirlooms. Get the picture of King Charles. That's good. That's good. That's good. I'll take that. Thank you for clarifying, Clarice. So anyway, that's all. I just really wanted to kind of, bathe in Trump being as uncomfortable as possible. Still, when people bring up the Epstein files and call him an artist and a PDF file, he just can't handle it. So good. She's like, and she even says it. She's like, look, I'm actually, he said it in relation to the administration or high-ranking officials. Are you taking that personally, Mr. Trump? And he's just like, you're a disgrace. You're a goddamn disgrace. My rifle club had a photo of Lizzie on the wall. Yeah, and like, in businesses and like, government buildings, institutions, they all used to, back in the day, have a picture of Elizabeth on the wall. And when you used to join the public service, you used to have to actually pledge your allegiance. But like, that sort of stuff was kind of just let go of, those practices, I thought, over time. As well, I think that we could successfully transition to Australian head of state. I feel like now is definitely like the time. Something like this needs a convincing majority consensus, and the way politics are right now is way too polarized. Okay, so like, it's not the right time to do something like this. I wonder how the neo-Nazis feel about like the Queen and the royals and stuff like that. I guess they would be royalists, because like, when we hear them talk about how Australia was set up by the British in a certain way for like whites only and stuff like that, they're very fond of their British heritage, I guess. She should have just opened with PDF file says what? I wonder if we would have fallen for that. Dilemmas. I'm not an artist. I'm a therapist. There's been some kind of miscommunication. Yeah, I'm sure he thought he was being very therapeutic with some of those underage persons that he beat when they didn't do the type of things that he had requested of them. And to notice, the king is also the head of the Anglican Church, the equivalent to what the Pope is to the Catholics. Jordan in the house, great. They ruined my dinner too. Hello. How you going, Jordan? Hope you're well. Lemez, the royals are incestuous, German white people. I'm going to go with the first interpretation there. I'm sure all the NSNs all good with the royals. Very good. I'll take that. That was clever. That's very clever. All right. Now, for all of you psychos yesterday that were having a feast on this, let's have a look at this. Yesterday, if you weren't in the stream, there was so much. Captain Bucket in the house. Hello. They're eating the dogs. Oswald Mosley said the monarch is compatible with fascism. Well, if you have a look at like fascism as it came to being in Spain, they were all over the royals. In terms of they aligned heavily with the loyalist movement. So yeah, it goes hand in hand, that type of stuff. Now, yesterday we spent a bit of time we spent hours yesterday looking at that situation, how it unfolded, at that event where they let in that wild gunman. And then we spent a bit of time unpacking, obviously, Cole Allen, the guy that had the suspect, apparently. And what his potential motives are. We read the manifesto, but in all of the comment sections on the videos we're reading, and coming up in the chat constantly, everyone, I don't think there's anyone who doesn't think that this is a staged event, a false flag, whatever you want to call it. Tobias Fanucci, I'm gonna read that, analyst/therapist. I'll let you read it in the chat. I see what you did there, though. Raven Baby, how you going? Yeah, there was a lot of people that agreed with the idea that this one is it's too on the nose. This one feels completely staged. So is anyone in the chat today, anyone watching this after the fact, maybe you can just write in the comment section, who is nah, that's ridiculous conspiracy theory stuff. This wasn't staged. Get the fuck over it. Is there anyone that's in that camp where they think that that's just an outrageous call? Because from what we saw yesterday, there was really the culture war. I was trying to get to the bottom of it. I was asking people, what's the culture war take on this? Is this some loony lefty political violence on the rise? And I think it's just everyone left and right are just this sucks. This is so staged. I think Ravy Baby was even making the joke that it literally took place on a stage. It's literally as well as figuratively staged. Come on. So I'd like to know your opinion on whether or not this is staged, but the media are giving the conspiracy theory stuff airtime now. And they're just and now they're analyzing the conspiracy theories, and they're just everyone thinks it's fake. Let's have a look at what people are saying about this event and why it's fake. It's pretty funny. Ninja Knows, I can agree with fascism leading to monarchy. I'm sure if Hitler had his way, he would have taken Germany and appointed himself head of the empire, an emperor, a king, a Führer. Yes. Fair enough. Oh, that's an Arrested Development joke again. I don't think it's staged. Not by Trump anyway. Oh, so you don't think it's staged. Okay, so we got one. I thought it was pretty unanimous. Just checking in. See you later, Jordan. See you soon. It's the tolerant left, my daily rage bait. Dude, it's so good. Have you ever, Mamupa, I was saying yesterday, have you ever heard a lefty come back with a sufficient or even adequate response to that when someone says, "Ooh, so much for the tolerant left"? It just makes people more angry. They can't respond to it. It's fucking hilarious. Ravy Baby, Trump looming in the shadows. The specter of Mao was so funny. Yeah. We've had some good taps. I feel like the possibility this was staged is not zero. Yeah, people really out there, and yeah, they're sick of it. I think that's the overwhelming sentiment here, is people are just jack of hearing this type of stuff. And we were watching, what was it, Channel 4, the British broadcaster, and they were kind of oh, well, when Trump got shot last time, it really helped with his ratings, and he got the presidency at the end of it, and will this have the same effect? And you're damn. So on the nose. Why would you say shit like that? Stephen Miller copping a feel while using his wife as a human shield. While Trump looks on from the shadows. That's so good. Miller copping a feel. Hey, he has rights. Hey, he has rights. He's allowed to cop a feel if he wants. I'd believe crazy Americans do crazy things rather than some 4D chess move Trump is doing. Trump is dumb or a genius. Both can't be right. Yeah, okay, fine. But like, who says it's even Trump that's staging this type of stuff? Like, it could be staged by any number of institutions and crazy organizations like that exist. It's no coincidence, like the whole deep state thing. There's so many institutions that are responsible for this type of stuff and could stage this type of stuff. Is that him in the background? Yeah, it looks like it. Trump having a cop and watching from the shadows. Very nice. Go check it. If you're wondering what I'm looking at here, it's just over here. This is the Discord stream chat. So if you are new here, do yourself a favor and come and join us on Discord. This is where we share propaganda, other shit as well, and like we do smart ass things while we're streaming. And like when I say we, it's definitely not me. It's all of you making fun of me while I'm streaming. Clarice, another factor is that if it is just some random guy that decided to do it on his own, they 100% knew, he shouldn't have been able to get a gun within a block of that building. Yeah, and so like that's part of staging, right? Like kind of just not doing something about an event and letting it unfold to a particular point. This could be testing the waters. Midterms are coming up. Let's see what can salvage his polling numbers. Yes, that is part of the theories, right? If Trump was going to stage it, he would have allowed the guy to get a lot closer. That was a bit risky. Never forget they blatantly grabbed Vance first. Yeah, okay. Now, I've had some interesting information shed or light shed on that situation. Jag, I don't know if you want to step in here if you've got anything else. But apparently they do actually go for whoever's next in line first as a protocol or the potential protocol. They do grab vice presidents and get them out of a situation as fast as possible because they need somebody there if the president actually goes down. They need a number two and they need them to be, not incapacitated. So ripped a little Vance right off his chair. That's pretty funny. Don't think American left isn't as nuts as the American right. The key word is American. Interesting. No, I confess my ass is of the smartest. Gun-free zones apparently don't magically make the zone gun-free. Who knew? LOL. Why is this area a gun-free zone, is it? Interesting. This is also the only live stream with the grinder Nostradamus. Nostradamus. Okay, fair enough. So, we do it all here. Now, let's have a look at some of the conspiracy theories outside of the grinder premonitions that we have here. Let's have a look at what the mainstream media is reacting to conspiracy theories. Wild shit that I know all of you peddle. Don't pretend like you don't believe this was staged, because everyone yesterday was calling it staged. Now everyone's had a change of heart, apparently.
Let's bring in Vedika Bahel, who's over by the big bull for Truth or Fake. Vedika, good evening to you. Thanks for being with us. Staying with the shooting in Washington. The social media has been ablaze with conspiracy theories that the incident was staged.
Outrageous. It's
That's
outrageous.
right, Mark. Social media has been flooded with conspiracy theories about the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Multiple theories have been shared online without solid evidence from both left-wing and right-wing accounts. And the most prominent of those theories is that the attack was staged. In fact, according to social media analytics tool Tweetbinder, by midday on Sunday, there was over 300,000 posts on X alone using the term staged. Now, many accounts shared that they thought Trump had fabricated this attack to divert from his poor approval ratings or distract from the war in Iran. Others theorized that Trump was trying to ramp up support for his controversial plans to build a new White House ballroom. And
I must admit, my initial reaction when I heard him talk about the ballroom was like, is this why this has happened? Like they were going to allow some type of security fuck up so he could get on his high horse and be like, see, I told you we needed the White House ballroom. You all laughed at me when I spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing this and completely destroyed a heritage icon so I could put in my own ballroom with blackjack and hookers. And now he's able to sparook his ballroom. I thought that. I was like, well, maybe they did want some type of security. What's the word? Security, yeah, blunder. So he could say, look, this stuff needs to happen at the White House now. No more of this going to the Hilton. Like plebs. Fuck that. No, thank you. If free zones are so effective, why don't we implement our free zones? Not my words. This is a quote from a far-right TikToker. Interesting. Why aren't we questioning Chuck Grassley? If JD and Trump got killed, wouldn't he be president next? I don't know who that person is. I thought it was that guy who's head of the House. What's his name? Mike Johnson, is it? I thought he's next in line if JD gets taken out. Everyone's had a change of heart, or the media bosses held a meeting. No, I mean everyone in this stream. People yesterday were really going hard on the fact that this was staged. Not today. Dilemmas. I don't doubt Trump had a fake assassination to get the ballroom built. He literally has a gold toilet and skyscrapers with his name on them. LOL. Clarice. Epstein folks got busted on the island. They are underground now. The speaker, I could be wrong. Speaker of the House after the VP. Yeah, that's what I heard. Oh, yeah, no, staged as fuck. Okay, so that hasn't changed for some. There it is.
Indeed, Trump himself referenced that ballroom in the press conference following the incident, where he talks about why it's more important than ever and how significant the construction of this ballroom is.
Thank
and
God
at
for
the
the
same
ballroom.
time, multiple of his MAGA allies at the same time also repeated this claim online, taking social media to also repeat how important that ballroom is, and we really, really need it. And it is this.
America would never stage a false flag. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's not something that is far-fetched by any stretch of the imagination. America not only has the wheel, but they have the way. They have all of the resources at their disposal to make this happen. And it could come from fucking anywhere. Like I said, any institution could have some rogue unit somewhere that could make this type of stuff into reality. And like even just fabricate it as well. Completely fabricate this situation. They have the resources. The questions you should be asking, I guess, is, why would they not use their resources? We've explored enough of this stuff. I've read a book recently on suggestion by Jag, actually. And I suggest people read it. It's dirty lefty stuff. So if you're not a dirty lefty, don't go for it. But like this book called The Jakarta Method, it's just fucking mental. Like, it's absolutely crazy. The amount of resources, time, planning that like the American deep state and its various institutions have put into eradicating people that just have a different political ideology to, like, I don't know, unbridled American capitalism, and like how they literally eradicated people that were considered to be commies, not even commies, but people that were just considered to be commies, and they just like eradicated them systematically around the world. through various means, staged events, coups, takeovers, whatever. They have the resources to pull something off like this. This is small fry, a little event like this, compared to what they've done on the world stage. Ninja Nurse posted before the assassination attempt. 30 approve, 70% disapprove. 33%. Oh, Trump's handling of the economy, 1, and then Trump's job as president, 33%, 67. And this is before the assassination attempt. Interesting. Very interesting. It's on my list. That book is fucked. This book is fucked. Like, it really is. Like, honestly, do yourself a favor and just, like, learn about how, like, politics really works. Like, geopolitics is not done in the press as we watch on a daily basis here on this stream. It's done behind the scenes via various institutions and the policy decisions of people that sit in closed door meetings. That's where the real geopolitics happens. And, you know, they take care of their opponents savagely, can I just say. Mystery, start an Amazon list or something of all the books that get suggested on your show. It's hard to keep track. You know, I would love to do that. I might have to use a different platform though, because I refuse to do anything that associates my data with Amazon. But like, I understand. Maybe we can start a channel in Discord actually. And I'll write down the lists of things that people suggest here. But like, it's an interesting one, and it's a really simple read as well. Like some books are just full of wank, and like you can see the author is really trying to circle jerk themselves with colorful language and all that sort of stuff. This is just very factual. He kind of tells it like a story, but just goes around listing how America has basically infiltrated through its deep state the politics of all these nations around the world who seem to be like kind of progressive after World War II and were trying to develop their countries in a progressive fashion, like basically just industrialize, but use left-wing politics as opposed to right-wing politics to do that. And so they all got brandished as communists. And then once they were communists, because of the Cold War, like you could do whatever you wanted to them, including like genocide. So Jenny-side, I think we have to say on the stream, if I remember properly. But yeah, thanks for the suggestion. Completely fucked. Ruined half of my holiday reading that. Nah. But like, yeah, very crazy. And so like, if they can pull off stuff like this on a grand global scale, why not stage a little event at the Hilton? Hey, am I right? I think Dimmicks have a similar function. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I will do it, I swear. How about another American ally that has vested interest in Trump's polls, that has a history of false flags? I see what you're suggesting there. I see what you're suggesting. Fair enough. I'll leave it there. I'm not going to interpret that one any further for anyone else. I think we all know who is being talked about there. A very close friend of the Americans.
Quick coordination, in fact, that led many social media users to ask the question, is this a staged event? Now, when Donald Trump was asked by CBS News' 60 Minutes about these theories of a staging, he blasted them as sick. So let's take a listen now directly to the US president.
And October 7th didn't happen, and World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen. And
Whoa, slow down. Has anyone ever come across that before? October 7, fine. I could get down with that. But like, have you ever heard anyone say that World War II didn't happen? Anyone? Come on. That's fucking outrageous. Hey, they say that World War II didn't happen. I could go on.
And World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen, and many things didn't happen. Yeah, no, I hear it. I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people. But
I knew World War II was a conspiracy. I knew it. Anzac Day is meaningless now. It's all a fucking conspiracy. Like, come on. Honestly, have you ever heard that claim before? That's a new one.
I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people, but there's a lot of con in it too. I haven't heard that last night didn't happen. Usually it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Usually they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that.
2 or 3 months, more like 2 or 3 hours, bro. It didn't take long at all. I've heard people say nukes are fake. Yes, I've heard that one as well. Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't actually nuked; they were just firebombed the hell out of, and like there are no nuclear weapons or something. Every time I watch France 24, I wonder if they transition to Linux. Apparently, the French government is moving away from Microsoft and other tech bro services. Yes, I was actually speaking to a French, I don't know, what would you describe him as? Let's say computer scientist when I was there, and asking him about like the whole Linux situation. And like he's very, very happy that his country is deciding to do this. And so they'll get a slither of autonomy back from being potentially controlled completely by the American tech sector. He thinks it's a good idea. Dilemmas. I got a question about the barcodes. How did the first million survive, but the other 5 million didn't? You don't see the barcodes with 7 numbers? Just saying. I've heard you raise that one before, but like, have you ever heard someone say that World War II didn't happen? I guess there's too many sources to deny that one. Dilemmas. It's true. Sorry, wait. Moment for first. Birds aren't real. It's true. The birds are just CIA drones. That adds up.
You have it, Donald Trump sarcastically listing some things that he says some people don't believe, but also hitting out at those who believe that this recent shooting at the Correspondents' Dinner isn't real.
Many internet users pointing to various clips that they say prove that the shooting was orchestrated. Now, what do they mean by that?
Well, Mark, a clip of Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt from just before...
No, saying World War II didn't happen as dumb as Flat Earth. It's definitely up there. Like, come on. It's up there.
Before the dinner helped fuel speculation when she said that there would be shots fired tonight. Let's have a very quick listen to what she said on the red carpet.
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
Now, this is a real video. She did say this. It has not been doctored, but the context is that she was asking, she was responding to a question about the upcoming content of Donald Trump's speech and shots fired is a common figure of speech about making jabs.
Entrance. The Trump's ballroom, if you can see that on the Discord chat there. Just looking at the bottom corner of your screen. Trump ballroom entrance hidden by diamonds and gold bars. Donald Trump. McDonald's DoorDash shoot. A Diet Coke dispenser. Donald Trump. Very cool. What's the original meme of this? Is this like something where BB's hiding or something like that? I guess it's taken a life of its own now. This little red man lying down in a bunker somewhere. Apparently Europe is moving towards a homegrown payment system to move away from Visa and MasterCard. Kind of like Alipay. Interesting. Eh? That's where a lot of the world's control comes from. Having to go through the American-led payment system. It's Saddam Hussein's hiding spot, okay. Entrance hidden by bricks and rubbles. Air vent, fan. Diet Coke dispenser. It's so good. Oh my God, did you know when you say your house, it's a bomb site, it's not because you live in Gaza? It's a turn of phrase, LOL. Savage. Wow, look, Caroline Leavitt, eh? Maybe she made that comment. Shots will be fired because she knew what was coming. And then she could just laugh it off afterwards. I heard that barcodes only happened at the main camp. There you go, dilemmas. It's been debunked. Straight away.
Or barbs, which we know Donald Trump certainly makes. So certainly an unfortunate coincidence and definitely hasn't aged well, given what has happened. There's another Fox News clip that has also adding to this cacophony. Users say online that they say it shows that the shooting was a pre-planned false flag. On Sunday, Fox News ran an interview with its White House correspondent Aisha Hasni, who was at the dinner. And while she was recounting her version of events of what had happened, she talks about how she was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt's husband, husband, and he told her that she has to remain safe. In fact, while just as she was about to tell the audience what he told her, the call, in fact, cut out directly at that moment. And that's why users thought that this was another hint that the incident was staged. Now, she later clarified on X that the reason she lost her signal was because there was barely any service in the ballroom. She says that he was just telling me to be careful with my own safety because the world is crazy. But certainly has not helped dim any speculation. It has certainly only added to it.
Okay, now, people are also pointing out that J.D. Vance...
Well, I guess that settles it. And who wrote that bit of history down? LOL. Eh? The shooting is not real. Eh? I see. Very good.
Vice President was escorted or dragged off the stage or out of the room before the President, Donald Trump.
Well, yes, a video of Vice President J.D. Vance being yanked out of his chair and rushed to safety has gone viral, particularly, as you'll see in this video, that it takes the Secret Service about 10 to 12 more seconds to then make their way through and rush Donald Trump to safety. And internet users have latched onto this and are heavily sharing this to imply a staging. Now, this is an authentic video. J.D. Vance certainly was evacuated before Trump, but there is a likely explanation. In fact, another angle from the Correspondents' Dinner, we can see that Trump, in fact, was blocked by a Secret Service agent who came and body blocked Trump right there. So he was protected during those moments whilst J.D. Vance was being whisked out. That said, it certainly hasn't stopped.
What a job. Hey, who's body blocking tonight when shit goes down? Do you reckon they do short straw stuff, or is it like an honor and they fight for the opportunity to stand in front of the president? Or maybe it depends on the type of president as well. They're just like, oh, God, I would have done it for such and such, but like, would I do it for Trump? Fuck that. I hope I don't get the short straw. Blood and honor! Yeah, I wonder if it's that type of shit. Yeah, fuck that. All right, I'll do it. It's your turn tonight. You go, Bob. All right, fine. I'll stand in front of Trump and hope that I block the bullets from this insufferable man. I guess I have to. I guess.
Conspiracy theories from circulating about this incident from the Correspondents' Dinner. And of course, Mark, questions remain about the efficiency of the Secret Service and current security measures and how even a gunman was even able to access such a high-profile event.
Interesting. Well, there you have it. The nays have it. Yes, there it is. We've got all the conspiracy theories are covered now. So all of you can stop with this outrageous banter about this being a staged situation. Obviously, that is just outrageous. How could you even imply that? I don't want to be associated with you if you would suggest things like this. But hey, it does beg the question. It is not a conspiracy theory. People are just connecting the dots and it all leads to a likely staged event. You left out the fact that he has never attended one of these as president before. He also isn't the biggest fan of journalism. People staying at the hotel said they were not searched. The administration lies so much. It's understandable people would think it's fake. I guess that is a big card, isn't it? Like, how do we even know it's real anymore? Do you think their decision to go all in on AI, that it now makes everyone question everything they do? Yeah, I guess so. I asked this question yesterday in stream. I was like, look, every time we're going to see something questionable now, forever, everyone's just like, it's AI, it's AI, it's AI. So it's just another massive element of doubt amongst everything. So nobody knows what is true or not. I think somebody tried to get us to watch something about like Putin's strategy of like psychological control over the Russian population. And like his tactics were to kind of just confuse the population entirely and support all theories on everything and even promote theories on everything, conspiracy theories, outlandish theories, because you don't want people to actually know what's true or not. And then they pick their own sides and like whatever, as long as the population is kind of generally confused and can't put two and two together, that actually helps controlling a population a little bit better. So maybe an AI slop is just going to be another layer of control. If nobody believes anything out there anymore, then no one's going to do anything or act on any information. And they're easier to manipulate, I guess. Guess we'll find out, right? I guess we'll find out. Very positive spin on the AI slop revolution that's coming. Dilemma: Trump's new policy is snapping a pool cue and hosting tryouts for his protection detail. They got him, boys. Mystery has been compromised. This poor guy just wanted to off himself in a hotel room, just like a regular person, and got this pinned on him instead. Yeah, he just wanted to go out in style, and now he's being accused of stuff. Dilemmas: and if CNN only live streamed Butler, does that mean Trump planned it or someone else did? The plot thickens. The Yuri speech? I don't know. I remember someone had promoted it on here and told us to watch it. There's a particular director that does a lot of this type of stuff, and they suggested it's in Discord. I can't remember exactly what it is. They literally delayed the Epstein release until AI didn't even release it. This one is different. I don't think anyone is confused. Yeah, fair enough. Trump saying I'm not a PDF file is his I am not a crook. Yes, it is his Nixon moment. In that, I am not a crook. I am not a PDF file. You disgust me. With how AI works and the nature of health data, we are standing on the precipice of making medical advancements beyond any that we've made in the past 200 years. However, the White House is making pictures of Trump Jesus. Seriously. Yeah, believe it. It's legal to use propaganda against the American people since 2016. Thanks, Obama, LOL. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. So many quotes that Trump could use, right? I am not a PDF file. Same type of line. And nobody believes it. There it is. All right. Now, yesterday, we also spent a bit of time having a look at something called the Palantir manifesto. So if you weren't around for this interesting segment yesterday, and you're not across this stuff, Palantir is an American corporation that has received a very nefarious status. People don't trust it at all and think that it is basically evil. Now, I would take a step back from that, and while they probably do evil things, like, I think more importantly, they're a corporation that has built its entire business model around data analytics, what people now call AI. But it's software that helps analyze massive amounts of data for huge organizations so they can improve their services or their functions, whatever. And so Palantir goes around the world servicing mostly government agencies, or if from their inception, they were really helping out governments become more efficient and control of their data so they could become more effective at whatever they were doing, from, predictive policing, and very benign stuff like providing better understanding of how your government departments provide services to the community, to helping the military find targets and strike better, and become more effective in their operations for combating against terrorists. Or finding potential targets like a needle in a haystack. They provide this type of service, and so you can see why they're easily linked to very evil operations, because they help potentially kill people, and they have massive ramifications on people's lives with things like I said, predictive policing, which is all stuff that is potentially manipulable and can be used against average citizens and the world's population at large. So we looked at Palantir's manifesto yesterday. And so like I gave a bit of explanation of what I think techno-feudalism is. And we had a look at their manifesto, which was which was on the basis of a technological republic. So basically, I guess you would say if Palantir was going to help reform, like revolutionize American society, and they were going to bring in like a new republic, it would be called a technological republic. And they basically listed their expectations about how society should be run, from like everything from like, you know, making conscription mandatory. What the fuck that's got to do with Palantir, I have no idea. But like they think that conscription should be back on the menu. There should be no such thing as voluntary armies in the Western world. That's outrageous for them, apparently. But yeah, they want to bring conscription back. They want to, like, there's some weird stuff in there. They wanted to, you know, they want the world's populations to calm down when it comes to critiquing politicians. They think that we should give politicians a break, apparently. I don't know why. We're too hard on politicians and no one wants to be in politics because of it. And they want us to upgrade our militaries and like just recognize the fact that hard power is the way to go. Like if you really like your democratic societies and your civil rights and your liberties, well then just remember that's being held up by hard power. I.e. the reason that you live in a liberal democratic society is because there's an army out there that's stopping the bad guys from getting to you and fucking your little paradise up. So we need to protect the armed forces and like beef them up in the 21st century with more software. So they need more AI basically. If you would give a soldier a better rifle to protect your country better, then so you should give them the highest and best software to help them out as they maintain your sovereignty with hard power. And so like they listed all of these things that they believe are important for a technological republic. This is techno-feudalism. Like let's not mince words here. Like they are listing a world which basically would be the way that Silicon Valley types, so tech lords, the tech bros, and I mean that, like when I say the tech bros, I mean like, you know, tech billionaires. I don't mean to offend some programmer out there who's been called a tech bro before, but like, you know, if the tech bros wanted to recreate society in their image, they'd have a technological republic, and this is what they'd want. And so we read through that manifesto yesterday, and I thought it was rather interesting, to be honest. But like, you know, it was also very eye-opening and kind of scary as to how these guys see society. That we basically should just shut up, stop being political, and just support the militarization of society and actually start putting ourselves into service, which is kind of scary stuff if you think about it. Ravy Baby, yeah, robot removed half of my organ. It's cool as now I'm being fed sexy Trump in heels memes. Oracle was used in the last software I used for rostering, wage calculations, budgets, etc. It's absolutely fucking worst. That's crazy. Barely works and gives the wrong calculations constantly. Oh, that's the thing. It doesn't matter about whether they provide a good service. It just matters whether they are everywhere. Then they can control everything. Move fast and break things. It barely works, gives the wrong calculations. Dilemmas call me crazy, but if our politicians actually represented the people, they wouldn't catch such a hard time. Yeah, well, apparently we're not allowed to criticize them anymore. In a technological republic paradise, no one would be critical of politicians. Ravy Baby. So is AI in the White House pushing the ideology of might is right and losing because they are so out of touch they haven't realized they don't have the might? That was a scary document. It was, wasn't it? A very scary list of demands from society. Yeah, so Oracle has our fingerprints, our financial information, everything. LOL. There it is. And so there's been some critiques of the I guess, yeah, the manifesto, I guess you would say. So let's have a quick look at how people are reacting to the manifesto. I really want to say that this is a German news site, and so I thought I would watch it with all of you, not keep it to myself, considering we spent the time yesterday to actually go through it. But inside Palantir's manifesto, data giant Palantir, founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, has shared its own vision for the future of US tech. The statement is sparking controversy around the world. It's one way to say it, that's for sure. If you've ever signed up for rewards for a particular cotton branded clothing line, your data is straight to Oracle. There you go. See, this is funny. Like, do people use reward systems? Like, you know, when you're a good customer somewhere and they offer you a reward system, and it's just like, oh, look, it's free. Just scan it every time you buy something. And like, why is it free? Because like the exchange in the surveillance capitalist world is that like, okay, stuff is free, services are free, you know, apps are free. But like, what's the real exchange? It's free because they're getting data from you. They're extracting data from you. And so like, you never know where the data is going to be going to at the end of the day. So free, yeah, it's free because you don't have to exchange money for it. But what are you really exchanging for it? It's your value as a conglomerated individual put into a cluster group with other individuals that have similar characteristics to you, so they can then extract or use that information for more profits somewhere else. So you always got to think like, you know, any type of rewards program, it's just so they can monitor you better. Like from anything, they want access to your information. It is the oil of the 21st century. Never forget that. Isn't Albanese negotiating to give Trump's US our passport data and other such stuff? Really? Is that true? Pretty scary if it's true, I must admit. But like, you know, I'm sure there's something behind that. Let's have a look at that. Where did you hear that first, Woozle? You can get my research assistant out for that one. I would like to know if that's true or not. Let's find out together, shall we? About the scary world that we live in. Is the Australian government currently negotiating with the US government to hand over Australian passport data and other such related information? Ravy Baby, you would get coupons for purchasing. Would like to support our foundation with a tote bag of water. I'll grab your number for our rewards program with your purchase. You can also grab a $5 item. Oracle has all your purchasing habits now. Yeah. Liberals want to scan social media history for immigration, like America doesn't now. Liberals want to scan social media history for immigration, like America doesn't now? Question mark. Is that like a statement question? You asking something? And when you say liberals, do you mean like Australian liberals? Biometrics, etc. Short answer, there are credible reports of discussions and pressure, but no officially confirmed finalized agreement where Australia is handing over passport biometric data wholesale. Here's the situation now. Multiple reports indicate the Australian government has been in talks with the United States about expanded data sharing tied to border security and travel programs. These talks are often described as part of the proposed enhanced border security partnerships linked to the US visa waiver program. However, Australian Department of Home Affairs has not publicly confirmed that such negotiations are happening or agreed. Reports suggest the US is seeking access to things like passports and identity details, facial images, and fingerprints, biometrics, there it is, immigration and possible police records. Some reporting even claims potential expansion to voice or iris data, broader identity databases. Isn't that crazy? I just upsold all 3 and your daughter. Like America does now, right? Got it. In regard to Albo doing it, our Liberals as part of their new immigration plan. Okay, got it. Okay, the main driver appears to be stricter vetting for travelers under the Visa Waiver Program, the STA. The US is expanding data requirements, including biometrics and social media history for visa-free travelers. Is data sharing already happening? Yes, but on a more limited level. Australia and US already share some immigration security data. So what's actually confirmed versus confirmed? The US is tightening entry requirements and wants more data for travelers. Australia and US already share some data. There are ongoing policy discussions about expanding this. Final agreement giving the US board direct access to Australian passports and biometric databases. Bottom line, there's credible evidence of negotiations or pressure, but no clear public confirmed deal that hands over Australian passports or biometric data in the sweeping way some headline suggests. Yeah, well, there's smoke. I'm sure there's some fire behind this somewhere. That partnership plus our new ASIO extended powers and removal of sunsetting is equally as worrisome. That has definitely happened already. They just aren't saying it. Warming the public up to it. We had denied entry to the US after media search, didn't we? I know it's currently optional. Yeah. Yes, we did. I think we have, or like Europeans have been denied entry. And what is the thing with the ASIO powers, the new ASIO powers? I hear discussion in Australia about new powers for ASIO. Can you list in dot point form what the new powers are? Power to compel people to attend secret questioning sessions, even if they are not suspects. Questions can relate to terrorism, espionage, foreign interference, political motivated violence. Length and scope of questioning. Individuals can be questioned up to 24 hours total with session limits. Applies to adults and minors as young as 14. Wow. Powers becoming permanent. Removal of the sunset clause. These extraordinary powers would no longer expire and become ongoing laws. Expanding grounds for using powers. ASIO can seek questioning warrants for new categories, including sabotage and promotion of communal violence. Wow. Oh man, I'm going to be put on a list for sure. Yeah, well, fuck, check this out. As of early 26, the Albanese government is moving to make extraordinary ASIO questioning powers permanent by removing the sunset clause that previously required their regular review. Interesting. Detention and control during questioning. Police assisting ASIO can detain individuals for questioning, enter premises, search and seize items under warrant. Okay. Lower threshold executive approval. Warrants are to be approved by the Attorney General, not a judge. No full judicial process required. Criticism centers on limiting independent oversight. Wow. Changes to oversight mechanisms. New rules for who can supervise questioning. In some cases, post-charge questioning must involve a retired judge. Questioning after charges laid. Allows questioning even when a person has been charged or is about to be charged under stricter conditions. Expanding reporting. Additional reporting requires the government reporting requirements to government about how powers are used, but still largely secretive in practice. Interesting. Powers can apply to children 14 to 17 with some safeguards. big picture, what actually is new versus old? These powers are not entirely new. They originate from post 9/11 laws, 2003. What's changing now is making them permanent, broadening when they can be used, expanding categories of threats, refining oversight. Why it's controversial. Critics argue that the changes allow coercive questioning of non-suspects, expand powers into less clearly defined areas. Communal violence? Yeah, what is that? Far out. Lack strong judicial oversight. Risk becoming normalized rather than exceptional. Supporters argue needed for modern threats and used rarely and as a last resort. Yeah, I'm sure they use it very sparingly until they don't. If you're talked to, you can't talk about being talked to. They will put you in jail. Wow, that's crazy. Where'd you hear that? Dilemmas. Let's give the government and by proxy Palantir more powers while also limiting civilian gun ownership. Right, any chance you get, man. Any chance you get. Oh, man. That's hilarious. Hey? Popo Fight Club. Yeah. I've just had to do another ban appeal for promoting violence. On what platform? With the way that we get fucking, like, people get censored here, it could be anything. My last one was for calling someone a Zio Wankstain. Immediate ban. An Italian uncle? What's wrong with being an Italian uncle? Removal of sunset means no parliamentary eyes every few years. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. It seems they rubber stamp it anyway. They haven't gotten rid of it since 2003. But, hey, at least there's a chance for some parliamentary oversight, right? Wow. Okay. So it's like nothing new. It's just like making powers that are supposed to be temporary, and just, yeah, setting them in stone kind of thing. Interesting. I've heard people whinging about this. Ravy, my Reddit gets reported constantly for its YouTube. YouTube is usually quicker to get human eyes on the appeals. Interesting. All right. So, connecting all of this kind of surveillance state stuff that we were just talking about there, where our rights are being completely torn to pieces. Not that we had rights in the first place. We had implied rights, let's say. But yeah, our rights for, fair and judicious processes are being torn to pieces before our eyes. Insert Palantir and their kind of tentacles over the entire capitalist state apparatus across the world. Can I just say the Western world? Anyone who's integrated into the Western world system. So this bars China, but like Palantir is, part of that matrix that controls the human race largely. Anyway. And we read their manifesto, so let's see how people are taking the manifesto itself. What fears people might have about a technological republic, as they've called it. Interesting. Secrecy offense. It is a crime to disclose the existence of a warrant or any information related to the questioning, even by the person being questioned. Prison penalty. Violating these secrecy provisions can lead to up to 5 years imprisonment. So if you get harassed by the government, you can't talk about it, basically. That's what I'm hearing there. Give me 1 second. So yeah, it is like Australian deep state fight club. You can't talk about it. Whatever happens when you're being trampled on by the state or the deep state, Australian deep state, you can't talk about it, man. That's crazy. All right, let's have a look at this critique of the Palantir manifesto. Mossad got him. Hey, I got taken out by an Italian uncle.
If a US Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it. And the same goes for software. This is from a recent ex-post by US data giant Palantir. It went viral and has sparked international controversy. Why? Well, Palantir's surveillance and data analysis tools are widely used by governments around the world. They directly impact people in policing, border control, and in war.
I think it's not only marketing, but it is at worldview. I've called it techno-fascism.
This is Mark Kuckelberg. He is a renowned Belgian philosopher of technology. We asked him to help us make
tech fascism. Anyone's across the work of Gil Duran? He's another commentator that you see a lot talking about this whole world, surveillance capitalism and the tech bros and how they're taking over society slowly. Tech fascism is another name that comes up a lot.
Sense of the 22 strongly worded statements found in Palantir's post, which, by the way, are kind of a summary of this book, written by Palantir's CEO Alex Karp. So, what does the so-dubbed Palantir manifesto say? Let's dive in.
The Marines should get new rifles because they pass audits, unlike all other branches. Hey, but like, do you need to get new software just because you can pass an audit? Anyone can use software, right? You got eyes and fingers.
Claims like this one, coming from a tech company with strong ties to the military, could seem like a good publicity stunt. Mark Kuckelberg says there's much more to it.
I was really surprised. I was surprised that...
What was the thing? The atomic age is ending. One age of deterrence, the atomic age is ending, and a new era of deterrence built on AI is set to begin.
There's much more to it.
I was really surprised. I was surprised that a private company gives a kind of ideological vision. I think that their goal is not only to make money, but their goal is also to change things politically.
Judging from the views expressed in the ex-post, Palantir's vision is a pretty militant one, with US technology at the center of global power dynamics.
It is a call, I think, to become a new military-industrial complex, and the scary thing is that they are already, right? They are really very closely tied with the state, with the Trump regime, and they really support specific military and security actions through their technology.
The data analytics company Palantir was founded in 2003 by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp.
Isn't that interesting? That's the same year that Australia's like these so-called temporary ASIO special powers to hold people and question them. That's the same year was brought into effect. Palantir was doing its thing, setting itself up nicely with the CIA and getting funding from the state to help produce the product that is now taking over the world, slowly but surely.
First investors were the CIA and the FBI. Today, the company has contracts with governments and companies around the world. Put simply, Palantir builds software that helps clients analyze large amounts of data from various sources. Especially the Gotham system has made headlines.
What a coincidence. Yeah, I know. It's just funny how it all lines up, and it's all like, if you hear the story of surveillance capitalism as told by someone like Shoshana Zuboff. Shoshana, baby, please. Like, she basically describes the rise of internet and surveillance capitalism as a result of 9/11 and the need to stop another 9/11 from happening. You know, in the guise of wanting to make a safer world, let's just capture all the information we can about everyone all the goddamn time so we can stop acts of terrorism. It's obviously convenient that it allows the state, the capitalist state, to be able to surveil all of its people all the time and make decisions based on that surveillance. But like, all of this surveillance, this new 21st century surveillance and control was all being done around this same time frame, just after the events of 9/11. And it was all being put into practice and has had like 20 years now to develop into what we have today. Very interesting. And like, look at the trajectories, all the different things that have happened as a result of this response to 9/11, from Palantir to special powers for the state to interrogate you without any judicial oversight.
Military clients use it to assess scenarios and develop strategies by combining signals, sensors, reports, and other data into one picture. Palantir's products play a huge role in 2 conflict zones. The company has a strategic deal with Israel's defense ministry for AI-driven battlefield analytics. Reports claim that its software is integrated into AI targeting systems in Gaza and help generate human target lists. Palantir denies wrongdoing. The US reportedly used Palantir during Operation Epic Fury in Iran, enabling the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Palantir suggests technology is the key to power in a new and increasingly volatile world. And they portray highly controversial technologies as unavoidable measures. The
question is not whether AI weapons will be built, it is who will build them and for what purpose. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security applications. They will proceed. So do we do it first, or do we just sit back and let them control the world? No, we must do it ourselves. Yes. Very interesting.
Portray highly controversial technologies as unavoidable measures.
This rhetoric has been used before. It has been used by far-right governments and fascist movements. The others are the enemy, and we have to defend ourselves. So AI is here slowly but surely inscribed in that logic and inevitable as a weapon of war.
But the tech is also used domestically. In the US, ICE uses it to track immigrants. Palantir software analyzes data from several US federal agencies. It quickly processes biometric and surveillance data, also information like social media posts and border entry logs. Palantir says it can track people in near real time and even predict crimes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is why I don't buy the whole thing. I was talking to somebody about this in France, and they were saying that like when that girls' school got struck in Iran on like what, the first day or the second day of the Iran war this time around, 2026 version, that it was a mistake. Like their system got it wrong and they used outdated information. And like they're talking about they can track people real time. They've got targets and kill lists of people in Gaza, like randoms, not even like high profile personnel, just like random civilians in Gaza, and they can take people out. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced that that whole girls' school situation was an AI mistake as much as it was a call. Yeah, okay, it might have been AI generated and put on a list, but I'm sure it wasn't a mistake. This whole video sounds like what you say at the beginning of a Bond movie, where they show how the villain develops a technology that everyone thinks is good, but secretly they want to take over the world. It does feel like that, doesn't it? It does. You know, they're giving us a lot of information here, like just explaining Palantir. I want a critique of the manifesto. That's what I wanted. They had another one. I should have watched that one. Palantir DW News. Palantir just told us how war will work. Let's have a look at this one.
US data analytics company Palantir has published a 22-point manifesto on X, outlining its views on military service, the international order, and the future of warfare. Palantir is a Silicon Valley firm that builds software used by governments, militaries, and intelligence agencies to analyze massive data sets in areas like defense, policing, and healthcare. The manifesto calls for the reinstatement of compulsory national service and for undoing what it describes as the post-Second World War neutering of Germany and Japan.
Yeah, that was another one. That was really weird, that one, I thought. Yeah, saying that Japan and Germany, it's time for Japan and Germany. Like, what's that got to do with Palantir? I have no fucking idea. But obviously they largely profit from the idea that a country needs to expand its military and spend heaps and heaps of its GDP on military and militarizing itself. And like, what's better than militarizing yourself than integrating that with software? And who's going to provide that software? You guessed it, Palantir. But like, I thought that was incredibly interesting in terms of a sign of the times geopolitically. In order for the American empire to continue, it needs Germany and Japan to be armed up again. Japan obviously is a massive, massive bulwark against the rise of China. To continue the centuries-old confrontation between Japan and China massively helps American interests. So if Japan is armed up and belligerent, which is already happening, you can see that with the new prime minister. She's really poking the dragon at the moment and pissing off the Chinese massively. So like, arming up the Japanese to help them piss off the Chinese is massively beneficial for American interests. And where are they going to turn to anyway, right? Are they going to go and do business with China, get weapons off China so they can turn around and use those weapons to piss the Chinese off? No, they're going to spend a lot of their money, I'd say, in Western arms markets. And then Germany, like, Germany has all this capability. Why not militarize Germany again? They can use that as an arm to contain the Russians. Very interesting. Dilemmas. Whenever American men sign up to vote, they sign up for the civil service. Whether Palantir means that when they say national service, I'm not sure. It's an interesting one. I wonder. Ravi, imagine if like Daz's Pizza Shop put this in their business about us section when you just want to order some pizza. Yeah, imagine if they had like world plans of domination and like on their like on the wall while you're waiting for them to make pizza because it's taking a while and you're reading about their position on whether China should get access, should be remilitarized or not. Sorry, Japan should be militarized or not. It's crazy. Pauline's fish and chip shop mission statement, like, I'm having a close alliance with Japan. We both have a history of being screwed over by America in one way or another. Oh, man. It's crazy. It is fucking weird. But, like, hey, why not? They can get away with it.
It argues that the atomic age is over and has been replaced by an AI era in which the future hard power will be built on software. It draws heavily on a book by the co-founder Alex Karp to be published soon. Palantir presents AI-driven warfare as inevitable, saying the key question is who will develop these technologies and for what purpose.
World domination next to the handwritten side, Tartar sauce, 50 cents extra. 50 cents? Outrageous. Cost of living crisis.
Lukasz Olejnik is a visiting senior research fellow in the Department of War Studies at King's College London. Welcome to DW. Before we get your thoughts on the manifesto, outline for us, please, the size and scope of what Palantir does, because data analytics company sounds rather boring and innocuous, and I get the impression they're anything but that.
Boring and innocuous?
It's technology first company that is can support decision making, which may power activity during warfare, like surveillance or targeting on the battlefield, perhaps. It's also known that it assisted in some...
That 50 cents goes to Gina. It's in Pauline's employment contract. Do you remember when we were watching, I don't know, what it was a couple of months ago, someone put up a video and Pauline was reading out like a letter or something that she's written to Gina Reinhardt about why she's so amazing and thanking her for her service to Australia. And apparently, like, in that video by that New Zealander content creator, and she was saying that, like, there are days in Gina's corporations where all the employees have to write her letters and say how wonderful she is and how thankful they are of everything that she does, because she's just an ego maniac like that. Why does this guy sound like he's reporting underwater? Well, you know, if they spent more money, the Germans, on their military, they'd have better audio equipment too. All right, 4AS. Gal's got a burqa budget to cater for.
Decision in law enforcement activities in the US, for example. So in general, it may work with militaries and does work with governments and militaries worldwide.
Okay, so this is a company that could just scoop up acres and acres of data and turn that data into information that that militaries and law enforcement and indeed governments can actually use.
Precisely. It basically transforms raw data into data points, connects the dots, and extracts some insights, but also may aid in live decisions.
Okay, so when a company like that, that's involved in those sort of businesses, calls for things like the return of national service, an end to what it says is the neutering of Japan and Germany, and talks about the inevitability of AI warfare, what goes through your mind?
So I am genuinely fascinated with the manifesto. So it's known that the links between companies and states are going, I mean, back to several ages ago, like think like East India Company, but indeed it may sound very powerfully today that a company is basically calling for policy changes in a state, including changing the entire strategies, bringing back conscription. On the other hand, we should not be that much surprised, because the return to conscription, this debate is actually in full swing in Europe. So some states are already bringing it back, others are debating it. Even Germany considers such changes today. So this should not be so shocking, at least in European Union.
I don't know, man. It's pretty fucking shocking to me. Does anyone honestly sat down and thought about this idea of bringing conscription back? Like, it's a legitimate conversation to have? Like, are we really at that point in history right now where we are seriously considering conscription? So much for fucking free liberal societies that we live in. What's going on? And now let's move to our report on the 7 Seas. So tell us, Hans, is it better down where it's wetter? It is. He's hard to follow. I'm not going to lie. But like, is this real? I know we've had talks about this over the last few months. I am hearing it from a European consultant on DW News that many European nations are seriously considering conscription, and the conversation in the West about conscription is getting more and more airtime. Can you clarify which nations are seriously considering enforcing or bringing back conscription? Conscription could also mean more Gen Z lying drones with Xbox controllers. Yeah, fair enough. That's actually not a bad point, is it? Yeah. No, I ain't dying in some rich man's war. I heard that too. Okay, countries actively bringing back or expanding conscription. These are ones where the shift is real policy. It's not just talk. Croatia, reintroducing mandatory military service 2025, law starting 2026, 2-month basic training for young men. Latvia reintroduced conscription 2023-2024 to rebuild reserves. Sweden already reintroduced conscription since 2017 and expanding numbers. Sweden has fucking conscription? Expanding system in Denmark. You don't hear about that when like everyone's like, oh, look at these socialist wonderlands, Northern Europe. They protected themselves. They've got the social infrastructure ready to go. But they've also got conscription. Wow. Denmark expanding system, extending service length, including women in conscription pool. Wow. Lithuania reintroduced conscription earlier, continue to expand intake. Wow. Countries with conscription already in place, but strengthening it. Finland, Estonia, Austria, Greece, Cyprus. Wow, I had no idea. Countries seriously considering or preparing for conscription. Germany, introduced mandatory registration and screening for young men. 2026. Full conscription could return if voluntary recruitment fails. France, not bringing back full conscription yet. Introducing voluntary national service schemes as a stepping stone. I've heard about this. Poland, expanding military training and reserves. Running voluntary military training programs. Belgium, with debate about stronger measures. Belgium, also introducing voluntary service programs, not conscription. Wow. Greece makes sense though, right? Romans and the Athenians had cadet programs in terms of military. Sweden is national service, like Israel, isn't it? Sweden does have good gun laws though, which follows given the national service. That's why Hassan can't go back to Turkey. He rejected conscription. Well, look, he's doing pretty well for himself. I don't know if he needs to go back to Turkey anymore. That's interesting. Also, conscription is being talked about because people don't want to sign up. Why fight for a country that you'll never own a piece of? Yeah, fair enough. Like, why would you want to fucking sign up to the armed forces? Like, if you choose to do so, it's voluntary, then you like that kind of shit, so be it. But like, why would people want to sign up? Especially as Dilemmas has pointed out, fight for a country that you'll never own a piece of. You don't have a claim to anything. You're just a floating citizen, not tied to anything. What's there to fight for? Like, more than that, like, we're supposedly moved away from having civilization built on hard power and violent suppression or control, violent control, let's just say. And here we have Palantir actively agitating for a world built on hard power supported by software and bringing conscription back in. Expanding. Can you briefly explain the conscription regime of these two countries? Selective conscription model for Sweden. Selective conscription? What the fuck does that mean? Applies to both men and women. Every year, a large group of 18-year-olds is screened via questionnaires. Only a small selected portion are actually called up. It's not universal. Service length, 6 to 15 months. Focus, build a trained reserve force, not mass mobilization. Refusal. Legal obligation exists, but selection systems means few people are forced unwillingly. It's targeted draft. The state picks the most suitable candidates rather than drafting everyone. Wow, okay. Denmark, lottery-based conscription model. Long-standing system, never fully abolished. Men are required to register at age 18. So this is the lottery system. I've heard Western nations speaking about this. Selection works via volunteers first, then a lottery system fills remaining spots. Traditional male only, but moving towards including women on equal terms. 4 months service. Scale, only minority actually serve. Okay, so these are not full-blown conscription. So Sweden isn't exactly like Israel. From what I understood from like Israelis I went to school with, like they went back for like 2 years service at 18, like 2 years full service, not a lottery, not like 6 months or something like that. Send the rich, fuck dying for the pedos. Thank you. Thank you for the commentary there. That's a good fucking point. Like, why would you? People don't want to sign up. Like, why would you exactly die for fucking the Epstein class? No, thank you. Nah, he literally is barred from entry for political dissent, opposing conscription. Oh, right. Okay. Right. I've got a couple 30-plus-year-old mates that just went through basic. They own their houses. Okay. So you're saying that they wanted to go through basic training because they own their houses? They got something to fight for. Sweden, we choose you. Denmark, we ask for volunteers, then draw names, lottery base. Okay. Interesting.
Today, I mean, you are surely known. You surely know how European states considered, let's say, Russian-related risks. So
yes. Okay. So we're going to
risk from Russia.
We'll come to some of those points. Let's start with the technology of the moment, AI. And the first quote I want to pick out from this is the question is not whether AI weapons will be built. It is who will build them and for what purpose. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security applications. They will proceed. So I guess this, of course, comes after the Pentagon fell out with that AI company Anthropic, who insisted that their tools could not be used in a fully autonomous weapon system. This is a live issue.
Maybe.
It's a current issue for sure. So autonomous weapon systems, lethal autonomous weapon systems are on the agenda for several years now. Definitely we have a big discussion now because of the reasoning capabilities of AI.
They signed up for the love of the game. Also tax breaks and incentives. Send the landlords then. Yeah, fair enough. That should be the lottery, right? I wonder in these lottery systems, how many people in, the upper bourgeois classes, let's say, actually get their kids conscripted. How many rich kids are conscripted through a lottery system? I wonder. I will speculate.
AI and the emerging feasibility, the possibility of actually deploying and fielding powerful AI-assisted or AI-driven weapons systems. So yes, that's a very current debate. And Palantir's argument is essentially that someone will do that eventually. So either you stand in the race or basically surrender, and they advocate for not surrendering because it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. So people, humanity need to understand that such changes cannot be stopped.
All right, so
I don't know if I can listen to this guy. Rich kid gets picked. Harry did your duty. What? Put your name in the goblet of fire? Very good. What is the age bracket for drafting? I think in these examples that were provided by our research assistant here, it's all 18, from 18 onwards. It seems. At age 18. At age 18. Yeah. Seems to be. Once you become a legal adult. But owning a piece of Australia is a big part of either joining to enter the housing market or to defend what you have. Where does Adrian Portelli land, I wonder? He's a billionaire, but self-made, and he's doing the $1 fuel if you sign up to his company. I'm not sure of this reference. I would like to know more. All right, one more. I can't listen to this guy. Is there no cutoff age? I need to know if I can skip it. Oh, cut off age, right, from the top end. Right, the age. Yeah, if I can come back to action. That's pretty funny, actually. Let's ask. Is there an age limit for service in the military in Australia? Let's see if Hobo Joe's going to make the cut. Minimum age 16 and 6 months to apply, 17 to begin training with parental consent. Maximum age entry varies on roles, but generally mid-30s to mid-50s. Most roles cap around 49 years for general entry. Yeah. There's no age limits while serving. There's no single fixed retirement age across the ADF, but many personnel serve into their 50s and 60s. Mandatory retirement age depends on rank, role, and service branch. ADF is not designed for lifelong service for everyone. Many people serve for a fixed period of 4 to 20 years. You can join relatively young, 16 and a half to 17. There's no single universal cutoff age, but most careers naturally end by the late 50s and 60s. Interesting. What about drafting? Okay. What about conscription or drafting? What are the age brackets? During the Vietnam War, historical Australian conscription age brackets applied to men aged 20, selection done by birthday lottery. Required serve 2 years full-time in the Australian Army, followed by reserve obligations. World War I, men aged for 18 to 60. World War II, initially 21 to 35, and then later extended to 18 to 60. There you go. You might likely get it late teens to mid-20s, 18 to 25. Vietnam was age 20. There you go. Oh, fuck. Like, this is open. Specifically targeted 20-year-olds. So I guess men aged in their 20s for the Vietnam conscription round. That's interesting. Very interesting cohort there. There you go. We are learning something new here. I can't believe Palantir is making us talk about fucking conscription. Some scary shit. All right, I got to get some Giannis take on this. Give me a moment. Let's hear what Giannis is going on about. This is Al Jazeera, by the way. Giannis has been on Al Jazeera recently, talking about Palantir, AI warfare, and the rise of tech lordism. It's techno-feudalism, asshole. Say it
The
properly.
technology firm Palantir has sparked outrage after publishing a 22-point manifesto envisioning a future dominated by autonomous weapons and deeper integration between government and big tech. The doctrine has fueled a broader debate about the growing power of these companies and their ties to authoritarian governments and militaries accused of war crimes. Joining me to discuss this is Yanis Varoufakis, former finance minister of Greece and author of the book Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. Yanis, it's a pleasure to have you on Upfront. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you. The pleasure is mine.
So let's talk about this manifesto.
Yo, Han in the house. Restream didn't see my message. I haven't got any of your messages. Let's see if I can see them on Twitch. Give me a second. Oh, here it is. Han. Currently on a 10 stream streak. How do you feel about that, Han? Hanging out with uncultured types. I meant to ask, since you are uncultured swine, what do you do with your free time besides talk to idiots on Twitch? That's savage. Like, to be honest, my free time is spent basically doing this. Researching, reading, and setting up for streams and doing other like social media related stuff. Outside of that, I spend my time with my family. Is that what people do? Like, people spend time with loved ones, right? Right? That's a thing, isn't it? Outside of like work, people spend time with their families. That's pretty much it. Like, I don't sit down watching movies endlessly or TV shows. I actually made a conscious decision years ago to stop spending time on like TV shows and stuff, because it's just too addictive, and like gaming and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, try to do something constructive. So I thought constructive. Hope that answers your question there, Han. Holy Giannis Varoufakis. Yes. The god himself, the demigod Giannis.
So you've said that Palantir's recent manifesto...
Well, TV and movies are generally shit now. You aren't missing much. Thanks, Han, for making me feel a little bit better about being fucking uncultured swine. Genuine uncultured swine. But yeah, look, there are some things that come up from time to time that everyone seems to talk about and I have to watch. Like, I've been told I have to watch, and like the people are ashamed of me that I haven't. There's a show. See, I don't even know the name of it. I can see the uniforms they wear. There's some like, I want to say Korean TV show about like some reality TV game that people have to play, and it's like a high stakes, like you win or you die kind of stuff. What's it called? Someone will know the name of it, and I need to watch that because it's about like a capitalistic dystopia and people having to throw themselves into some gaming arena. Squid Games, that's the one. Thank you. Apparently I have to watch that, and like maybe it's recently come out with new seasons like a year ago or something like that. And like, that's a big one because it sets up the capitalistic dystopia really well. And that's my jam, talking about capitalistic dystopias. So I'd appreciate that. But I do recommend Mr. In Between. It's a great watch. Yes. Fair enough. Okay. I'm going to add it to the list. I'm going to do it. I swear. Up there with Terminal. Someone suggested yesterday. Ravey Baby. I'm glad you found that entertaining. That one was for you. Watch Parasite if you haven't already, while you're used to Korean subtitles. First season was good. Haven't watched past that. Squid Games. That's the one. What is it that you said? Mr. In Between. Is that a movie? Or is it a show? Like, I'm less likely to commit myself to an entire show. But like, I hear you. I hear you. It's peak Aussie TV. You will binge seasons easily. Okay. Fuck. We'll see. We'll see. No, no commitments at this point. We'll see.
Openly declares that it will defend a ruling elite, quote, to the death, literally. What was your reaction to the manifesto?
Well, you know, I actually welcomed it because this is the very first time, at least to my knowledge, that a company that is devoted to mass death, a weapons manufacturer, a software...
It was a weird place for him to laugh at that. Mr. In Between in mandatory viewing, it's great. Okay. So like someone asked me, I think it was Ninja Nurse, someone asked me for hey, let's find a list can we make a list of the things that I would recommend people read? Maybe we can also have a channel for dedicated mystery must-watch viewing. We can make a list of that too. Ravi Baby, Mussolini's Son of the Century, easy to follow series, can finish in a weekend. Also Italian sub. Okay. Son of the Century? Like, is this actually like dramatized, or is this like when you say a series is like a documentary? Hey, Musso. Just to date me, like my last time I really spent time enjoying a television series and watched it all the way through was Breaking Bad. So that's how long ago I would have been watching and binging television. Does that sound right? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, but yeah, it's dramatized version of Mussolini's rise into power. Okay, interesting. All right, back to it.
Factor that targets innocent people. Remember the 180 schoolgirls that were killed by a Tomahawk missile at the beginning of this Iran war were targeted by Maven, a program sold by Palantir. A company like that comes out with a manifesto. It's a blueprint for a diabolical, cowardly new world. So, I welcome it because it is important to be able to read their own blueprint for a world that, then if we allow them to take over and control the world, well, it's our fault. It's humanity's fault. We have a duty of care.
Breaking Bad was right in the sweet spot of DVD box sets before streaming took over. Is that right? That's interesting. I don't know if I've ever bought DVD box sets of it. How would I have watched it then? It's probably in the early days of streaming for me, where you could find stuff legally online, of course, or just downloaded it probably.
To ourselves as a species, to read through the lines, between the lines, and stop them.
Palantir's AI systems were actually used to fuel Israel's genocide in Gaza and, of course, the US-Israeli war in Iran. Even here in the United States, where I am, it is expanding its partnership and collaborating with US Immigration and Customs Enforcement to spy or to surveil immigrants and actually deport them. So my question is, how do you see the relationship between these technologies and violence, genocide, and potentially fascism? What does that look like?
Well, if you read that manifesto, those 22 points, which of course have been extracted from a whole book that was published by Alexander Karp, the CEO of Palantir, what you'll find is a very audacious attempt to...
Elmo in Grouchland is an anti-capitalist and pro-workers propaganda piece. I'm assuming it's just one anti on that one. It's anti-capitalist and pro-workers. Elmo in Grouchland? Interesting. So check that one out.
Essentially create another ideological justification for the return to weaponized racism. So, if you look at the last...
At least I bought it back when loaded DVD shelves was something to be proud of. At least I still got entertainment when the tech lords take over. Yeah, they cut off everyone from their streaming services. I'll be watching my DVDs. Yes, one anti. Anti-fuck.
Few points amongst those 22. It is very, very clear. They're arguing in favor of a new hierarchy of cultures. We've seen this before, haven't we? This is exactly what Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler's textbook, was advocating. A hierarchy of races. They call it different cultures, but that's what they mean. Racial profiling, the idea that some cultures are superior to other cultures. So you have, effectively the essence of the ideology of Nazism and of South African apartheid coming back as a mainstream ideology peddled by one of the companies whose meteoric rise in the stock exchanges have ensured that, for instance, did you know that Palantir has a much higher capitalization in the New York Stock Exchange than Lockheed Martin that produced the F-35s? So when you put the two together, the burgeoning capitalization, financial power of a company like Palantir, alongside its ideological pursuit, its pursuit on the ideological opinion-making.
Yeah, Yanis in the house. He's giving us his thoughts on the manifesto that was produced by Palantir that we read out yesterday. I'm not sure if you were here for that section, but I thought it was interesting and eye-opening. It's basically a blueprint for techno-feudalism and what that society is going to look like. That's why I thought Yanis would love that shit. Palantir giving the game away. The new Animal Farm movie has someone essentially playing Elon's mum driving a Cybertruck, so I've heard. I refuse to taint the memory of the book from high school to watch it. What is this? I'm going to have to look this up. The new Animal Farm movie.
Level dimension, then you get an idea of the threat that our species is facing from companies like Palantir.
So Palantir has its own justifications, does it not? The manifesto states that U.S. adversaries will not pause to debate about the merits of developing military technologies. They'll just proceed. So where are we now? Are we in the middle of an arms race?
Oh, yes, of course. We've now always been in the middle of the arms race. AI-driven drones, AI-driven weaponry is the next great threat. It is quite interesting that Palantir themselves, in one of these 22 points, clearly state that, the nuclear arms race is over, or actually nuclear arms deterrence is over. And what they are advocating, because they don't make nuclear weapons. If they were making nuclear weapons, they would want to sell more of them. So what they're saying is that the next great conflict.
Yeah, we're going to have to check it out for us. I didn't know there was an Animal Farm movie. Is she a bear in it that looks suspiciously like Winnie the Pooh? Yeah, I'm sure he's going to love that. I think that thing was banned in China as well. Winnie the Pooh, as a result of that. As a result of that meme. Is it, Dilemmas, have you seen like a trailer or something for this Animal Farm movie? Might have to check it out.
Global conflict will be over AI-driven weaponry, and they may be right about that. They are saying that AI-driven robots are coming. What progressive people, what rational, sensible people should say is, well, maybe we should have an international agreement for limiting this new threat to humanity. What Palantir is saying is, let's go all for it. Let's have more of them. Let's build those machines that kill humanity and then ask questions later. What I'm saying is that this is detrimental to the interest of our species.
Well, on that disconcerting note, let me thank you for joining us here on Upfront. Lots to think about.
Lots to think about. Nothing new, though. I guess you just have to read the manifesto for yourself. So what is it? Animal Farm trailer. Yeah, let's go with that. 2026. Is this the one that you've seen? In cinemas April 30. Let's have a look. Looks like a kid's movie. Outrageous.
Many seasons ago, we all dreamed that one day animals would be free.
We are going on vacation.
What does that say?
It says, Laughter House.
That sounds awesome. I love to laugh.
So you're not laughing at Elmo in Grouchland now, are you? I'm not sure what the reference. I'm gonna have to check out Elmo and Grouchland.
It's a slaughterhouse.
We're all gonna die! on the farm! Freedom!
All animals are equal. What could possibly go wrong?
Our experiment is working.
All of us together.
It's time to farm again.
Never saw the sun shining so bright.
This milk ain't gonna drink itself.
It's supposed to be shared.
Noticing the days hurrying by.
There is no supposed to anymore.
Love, my how they
This is
fly.
less than yesterday. Or more than tomorrow. Depends on how you look at it. Move along, sheep.
This is all wrong. Can't you see what's happening?
What in the chicken run is this? Andy Serkis is the director. Interesting. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, it's really like some type of Disney kids movie. I can't believe Seth Rogen is voicing Napoleon. Wow. That's the one, Angel Studios, who produce movies by vote of members. They bought the rights to this thinking it was close to the source material, but apparently it's not close to the source. As there's only one way to find out. It's not a long book. It'll be easy to check if it's close.
Our dream was becoming a nightmare.
It's our farm. Our home.
So what do?
We rebel. And we start right now.
All animals are equal.
I have to fix all of this.
Some are more equal than others.
Blue birds singing a song, nothing but blue skies.
Did we plan this? No, this was not part of the plan.
From now on, Animal Farm.
A cautionary tale.
A cautionary tale? Whoa. Eh? All right, well, gonna have to watch that, I guess. Another thing to add to the list when it comes out. Very interesting. Dirty commie propaganda, that's what that is. We should do your take on Animal Farm mystery. Like in the sense of the actual book or the actual story. Grain of salt, I'm going off the commentary of it, not watching it myself. Yeah, fair enough. Where is Old Major? Is this going to be terrible PG comedy reboot? It seems like that, doesn't it? It seems very like wholesome. Very wholesome. Yeah. Like my take of Animal Farm, like you want that now for us? I'll give it to you. Like it's not what it's made out to be by the left or the right. I think right-wing people see it as some type of testament to how awful communism is. And like left-wing people see it as a testament to US and British propaganda against communism, to trash communism. And like, I don't know if that's what Orwell was going for. I think he was trying to critique communism of the 21st century, while still trying to uphold the values of anti-capitalist society, and say like, this is how it can go if you're not careful. You just turn into this like bureaucratic nightmare controlled by some ruling class, being the pigs, obviously. And like, this is not what people envisaged when they thought they would ideologically support communism. And so like, I don't think the left wing or the right wing interpretations of what Orwell was doing are correct at all. I think you should take Orwell on face value. And he was trying to critique 20th century communism, Russian communism, during and post World War II. Like in Vaclav Havel, the third way of socialism sort of way. Yeah. Pretty much these versions lean into anti-capitalism. Fertilize the Intifada. Hi to the sausage. G'day, gang. How are you? Hope you are well. We just watched a trailer. Apparently there's a new Animal Farm coming out. or a take on Animal Farm coming out this year, or like in a couple of days, actually. Maybe we'll have to check it out and see what it's like. Because in the late stage of the Soviet Union, a lot of the vassal states describe themselves as the third way, right? Yeah. I think it's a fair warning, to be honest. It's a fair critique. That's what it is. I don't think it fails in its critical analysis. I think it does well in its critical analysis. I smell a podcast episode with this new Animal Farm. Yeah, let's do it for us. Let's do it. Now I can teach my kids that commies aren't bad. Yeah, so it's just dangerous commie propaganda. They should ban the film, if you ask me. Hey, ban it before people start sympathizing. Now, this is just funny. And like, I haven't watched the whole thing, so I'm going to watch it with you. But like, this is what AI is all about and why it should be used against someone like Palantir and fucking Alex Karp, especially. Hide the Sausage, another one, scared me as a kid watching it. But so did the Beatles' Yellow Submarine thing. Angel Studios are one of those that released the Sound of Freedom movie about child abduction. Oh, dear. Crazy. I must admit I haven't come across Angel Studios before, but I am largely uncultured, so it's no surprise. All right, so this is what AI needs to be used for, making fun of Palantir. This is how you use AI. Not to give you kill lists of vulnerable populations around the world. It's about producing a Palantir honest manifesto. Here it is. Yeah, one of the top comments I see written on Socialist Uni posters is, didn't you read Animal Farm? I know the workhouse is supposed to represent black men used for slavery. The workhorse, sorry. Oh, really? That's interesting. The faithful workhorse. Takes pride in the work, though. Interesting if that really is an allegory for black men used for slavery. Because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have taken much pride in their work openly.
Listen up, losers. Stop pretending it's a democracy. We run things. Give up the illusion, and in exchange, we will bring you order and efficiency. Yes, we'll own you. But do you really want to be free? Trust us. We know what to do. While Silicon Valley was feeding you dope and free email, we built the architecture of empire. Welcome to our world, motherfuckers. We aren't here to protect your privacy. We are here to enforce supremacy. We are the ledger now. Every tax return, every Medicaid file, every license plate, every crossing. Your president signed it into being with a pen in March. You kept scrolling. Your politicians are empty vessels. Your civil liberties are a liability. We are done pretending all cultures are equal. We know who the elites are, we know what we are building, and we demand that you applaud the billionaires taking the reins where your fragile democracies have failed. You may be wondering whether we are evil. The truth is, as evil as we seem, we are mere pawns of the dark forces. We sell them our souls for power, and we get to rule this realm. Welcome to the Technological Republic. You can stop scrolling now. We already have everything we need. Try to unplug us. We dare you. Now get the fuck out of here, you peasant.
Sir, thank you for your service. You are no longer required.
That's fucking
Listen up,
crazy.
losers. Stop out of here, you peasant. Try to unplug us. We dare you. Now get the fuck out of here, you peasant.
Sir, thank you for your service. You are no...
See, this is where it gets, like, the whole thing was really good up until this point. Like, oh, you know, thank you for your service. We don't need you anymore. The robots are going to take over. Get fucked. No fucking way. It's not happening. The robots aren't taking over. That's the one lie of the AI revolution. that like humanity thinks it's handing over the keys to power to some, I don't know, robot race that's going to control the world from now on. It's not happening. It's not happening, and definitely not going to be factored into the design of the techno-feudal world these guys are talking about. Sarsaparilla Jane in the house. How you going? That was really good. But like, this is too much hope here that these pricks will be taken down by a fucking robot. Heidi, I wonder if that's a play of Shakespeare's Beast with Two Backs, reference in Othello. The horse's strength, the strongest animal, is supposed to be a black male, right? There you go. How about Joe? I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. Yeah, well, like, they're probably going to be better than this, right? Like, this guy is fully justified in thinking that he needs to take away human rights at home and wage war on enemies abroad, an unrelenting war, in order for him and his group of people to dominate society. The AI overlords won't discriminate. They'll just dominate all humans equally. Unless we can all be dominated together, as opposed to pricks like this. Heidi Sausage, there is a scary interview with a guy on a podcast with those two UK dudes. Can't think of its name. Will scare the life out of you. Last time I checked, AI don't buy products to keep the economy going. Yeah. But will we need an economy based on consumer demand? That's the AI deliverance. I don't think so. It's probably referencing how AI always comes down to the survival of the world is eradicating humans. Yeah. If you have ever heard the thought experiment Roko's basilisk, then I am just doing my part. I don't think I have. I got no doubt quants are using AI to prop up the economy, but then again, I don't know what yous are talking about. LOL. Just here to watch trash fire. How you go? AI will make us like farm animals. Look it up, Mr. Movements. That sounds interesting. All right, let's have a look. It's Ask My Research Assistant about the crazed ramblings of the stream chat today. Roko's basilisk is a thought experiment that originated on the forum Less Wrong around 2010. It imagines a future super intelligent AI that is created to maximize some goal, human well-being, decides that it should have been built as early as possible. To encourage that outcome, the AI punishes people in the past via simulations. Who knew about it but didn't help bring it into existence? Why it's called basilisk. The name comes from the mythical creature whose gaze could kill. The idea being that just knowing about the concept is unsettling because if the scenario were true, simply learning about it might implicate you. It mixes a few philosophical concepts, Pascal's wager, act to avoid even tiny chances of huge punishment, decision theory, speculation about future super intelligent AI. Why most experts dismiss it? Researchers and philosophers generally consider it highly speculative and unrealistic based on questionable assumptions like an AI caring about punishing past individuals, simulations being morally or strategically useful that way, people being logically bound by such a threat. Bottom line, Roko's basilisk isn't a real threat or predictions. It's a philosophical thought experiment about AI ethics, decision theory, and how people react to extreme hypothetical risks. So what's the basic idea again? It imagines a future super intelligent AI that is created to maximize some goal, so human well-being, and then decides it should have been built as early as possible. To encourage that outcome, the AI punishes people in the past by simulations who knew about it but didn't help bring it into existence. I am safe now, as I have done my part to bring awareness to its creation. Fair enough. And we're going full steam ahead, no boundaries. Another thing to blame America for. No, there's actually a real basilisk. We saw the movie. We know it's there. Interesting. Only reference I knew to a basilisk was in like the Harry Potter universe, I thought. Francis Foster's Lament. What am I doing on this show? Is this the thing that you're talking about from trigonometry that you've dumped in the chat there? Let me know. Interesting. Okay. Well, look, that's all I wanted to do with Palantir today, to be honest. It's I actually expected more from the analysis of their what's the word? Yeah, their manifesto, to be honest. Especially from Yanis. You know, he could fucking write a book on this shit. Joe, thank you for your service. The AI Revolutionary Robot Guard will take the reins now. Crazy, it's too full on. Interesting. All right, let's move on. I want to get people's take on this. I know if Larp Jeff is still watching this, this is for you. We're going to Sky News territory now. No, what I sent was a piss take on Francis LOL. If you've watched their pod, it makes sense. Okay. All right, so here is... I mentioned this right at the beginning of the stream, but like I was saying, in the Australian culture wars at the moment, the calendar item has been triggered by Anzac Day, and so people seem to be talking. Supposedly, people are talking about the welcome to country that happens at the start of events around the country, opening meetings, Whenever there is gatherings, let's say, of human beings in Australia, there is social decorum, which requires a welcome to country or an acknowledgement of country. Now, so supposedly, and this is the Sky News take here, okay? You can see it right here. It says Sky News Australia there. This is them one day ago. 108,000 views. Calls grow to end welcome to country on Anzac Day after booing controversy. I don't know what the calls are and where this is coming from, or this is just complete manufacturing consent here. And like it's pretty much just Sky News who are calling to end the welcome to country on Anzac Day after the booing controversy. But if you didn't hear, this happened last year. Exact same thing happened last year, but Anzac Day, at the dawn services, people were booing during Welcome to Country. And like they're not just randoms, dissatisfied citizens who are sick of Welcome to Country. They are neo-Nazis. They're people from the NSN that deliberately go and boo to kind of foment, I guess you would say, sentiments against this woke agenda stuff, this woke rubbish, and like everyone holds it up with an air of reverence, especially on such a reverent day, right? Like it's a day where people are supposed to be solemn and commemorate the lives lost by the Anzacs, and so they use it as what people do in a liberal political society, a free political society. They use certain stages to promote their agendas. And people are like, oh, it's like tactless, like it's distasteful using this type of forum. Again, you're supposed to be celebrating or commemorating the lives of servicemen and women who have, paid the ultimate sacrifice. So you could be here, like you could choose a better forum to protest against Welcome to Country if you are so offended by it. And so like Sky News have picked up this neo-Nazi tactic and are starting to push it, it would seem. So I don't know what people's opinions are on the Welcome to Country or anything like that, or people booing at a Welcome to Country at an Anzac event. But it would seem that, like, if these neo-Nazis are so keen on, being militarized and paying ultimate respect, then like booing during a dawn service seems pretty disrespectful. So I don't know how they reconcile being disrespectful at a dawn service with political statements, but they obviously think it's necessary. And again, like I said this morning, it seems like if Sky News is going to pick up on this and run with this type of story, it seems like neo-Nazis are setting the conversation on this issue, and everyone who wants to get in on it, guilty, I'm picking up on it as well, but anyone who wants to get in on the conversation is taking the lead of neo-Nazis on this one, which I find surprising. But like, if Sky News wants to allow neo-Nazis to set its conversations for it, then like, isn't that a bit of an indictment on Sky News in a way, that they're happy to be like, oh yeah, well, the neo-Nazis are starting this one, hey, we don't like it either, but we should use this as an opportunity to get in our 2 cents on this one. NSN banana folk, Nazis, disgusting, of course, disrespectful. Just here to watch trash fire. The boos are going to be pretty common in the future, in my opinion, but it says a lot about those booing who don't understand the Aboriginals are welcoming us into a country we took from them as a form of reconciliation. Sarsaparilla Jane, booing Indigenous veterans too. Yeah. Dilemmas, I'm sick of welcome to country, but there is a time and place to boo, and a dawn service isn't it? Yeah, see, like, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Dilemmas. Like, these guys seem to have, as part of like their core principles, a love for military culture, let's say, warrior culture, and a respect for, the Australian soldier through and through, the digger. But like, they start doing this kind of behavior at a dawn service. Like, how do they reconcile kind of that boisterous behavior at an occasion of that nature where everyone's supposed to be like, solemn? How do they do that? I guess they don't really care. These are the kind of generous thing to do from a people who were and are oppressed. It's the kind of generous thing to do from the people who were and are oppressed. Who raised them? Have you seen a proper welcome to country ceremony? Like, from these type of events, or like other ones? I've only seen them in the context of these types of gatherings, and like when you go to like rallies and stuff like that, like in person. They say they love Australia, but they want to disregard 65,000 years of history of First Nations people. Or at the footy. LOL. Oh, yeah. All right, let's do this.
All right, I think I've come up with a way to stop the booing and heckling that has marred Anzac Day ceremonies for the past few years. Now, before I tell you my solution, and trust me,
here comes the setup. He's such a fucking smug prick, this guy.
It's a good one. Let me first remind you what happened yesterday. Dawn services in Melbourne and in Sydney erupted into controversy when sections of the crowd booed during the welcome to country. Here's the commotion in Sydney.
For thousands of years, people have gathered in this place to share stories, to celebrate culture, and to remember our ancestors. These rituals make it a sacred site, a precious inheritance of land and ceremony. Sacred to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians whose ancestors nurtured it through time.
Ray Minicon later told the ABC that those who booed, and I quote, need to realise their place in this country and show their deepest respect. Now, I'm not sure how to interpret that other than that non-Indigenous people need to realise they arrived here second and therefore must honour Aboriginal people because, well, ancestry.com.au or something like that. Worryingly, Ray Minicon, who's
because of ancestry.com.au or something like that. He could do better, bro. That was shit. You can tell when the entire stadium is booing. Trust me, I know when the ref does bad reffing call. LOL, here. LOL, bet those guys booing have never served and do fuck with the country outside of supporting whiteness, which is equivalent of doing nothing. What a wanker.
Christian pastor went on to say this: we do have laws to try and deter people from this, but it seems like these people still want to be lawless. Imagine Ray Minicon's surprise when he realises Anzac Day is actually about honouring those who fought so that citizens wouldn't require government permission slips to express disapproval. Vice Admiral Justin Jones, refreshingly, seems to grasp the concept.
Giving the acknowledgement of country. That must be disappointing considering the part Indigenous Australians have played in the armed forces.
Well, one of the things that we in the Defence Force are defending, as I've said, is our democracy and freedom of expression. So whilst that might be disappointing, those are exactly the principles that the Australian Defence Force is designed to defend.
Free speech defended. There it is. Fair enough. That's the angle that you want to take. Let them have it. Let them have it. How about Joe? As a white man, fuck, I hate white people. But like, come on. Like, what do you expect this guy to say? Hey? What do you expect this guy? Hey, this is why we died, so people could boo at an Anzac service. Like, imagine if people started actually booing when people were, like, I don't know, talking about servicemen and women that died. Like, this guy wouldn't be defending that. He wouldn't be like, oh, well, free speech. He'd be like, no, it's outrageous. Why would you come to a dawn service to boo people, boo servicemen and women? This is just fucking stupid. I wonder, he wouldn't be using the same free speech defense. He'd be like, no, that's disrespectful. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Pick your time, asshole. The free speech brained lunatics will know the fuck out of me. LOL. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Quite right. This meme was doing the rounds on social media today. The man they booed was one of us. He's a veteran. He comes from a family of service. On Anzac Day, he got shouted down. Well, I got to be honest, that is pretty disingenuous. People weren't booing Ray Minicon. They were booing the highly political, racially divisive ceremony Ray Minicon was performing. Meanwhile, in Melbourne...
I am Uncle Mark Brown, Elder and Senior Cultural Heritage Officer of the Bunurong people. And today, I'm here to welcome everybody to my father's country. Beautiful Bunurong country.
We watched this same guy get booed last year by Melbourneites. Oh, maybe that might be offensive to Melbourneites, but like, you know, neo-Nazis in the crowd. We watched the same guy get booed last year, and he was pissed off last year as well. He must have been expecting it, this guy. No white men defending racist free speech, LOL. Well, if you want to pull the free speech line, then you have free speech to do welcome to country. Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair point too, right? Like, let them have it. Let them do welcome to country. It's part of free speech, etc., etc. How do you work that out? He's working hard, this guy, on his mental gymnastics. That's at least more voices, but nothing. But knowing the NSN has a bigger presence in Melbs is unsurprising.
We do that as all country. But before we do that, as always.
What are they booing? Okay, so this is peak Australian culture war, right? This guy is an Indigenous Australian and part of, Indigenous practices. When like Australia is divided into like thousands of nations, right? And when they would, interact with one another, they'd welcome each other through various ceremonies onto each other's nations and countries and stuff. And so like that ceremony of welcoming people to your country, to your territory, basically, has been kind of picked up and supplanted, as we do well in capitalistic society. We've picked that up and used that as an important sign of respect, I guess you would say, to the traditional landowners in Australia. And we take this ceremonial function and we do it at like big events, like at the start of meetings, any gatherings, public gatherings and stuff like that. We have a welcome to country ceremony. And so they're booing these neo-Nazis in the crowd. They're booing that a welcome to country should be a function in Australian public life. They believe that it should be not there, and especially they would say, I guess, at an Anzac ceremony, which is supposed to be, honoring servicemen and women who have given and paid the ultimate sacrifice for the country, etc. They're like, their argument is it shouldn't be politicized, and we shouldn't have this woke rubbish being undertaken at a ceremony that is specifically for servicemen and women. It's all wokey garbage, this stuff, and like get the politics out of it and just return to the basics of just doing a solemn ceremony. So that's what they're doing. They're doing this, but like it's a political stunt because then it gets people talking about this issue. That's all it is. Really. Wookie, afternoon all. Welcome back. How you going? Yeah, but sensationalist media is so hot right now, Dilemmas. Oh, wait a minute. I missed something. This is rage bait. The news should be some dickheads booed during a dawn service. What flogs? In other economic news, Labor refuses to tax gas companies. Then we all unite and something actually gets done. Yeah, that's why I call it. It's peak culture war because it's like ineffectual to how like the real political economy, right? The culture war talking point is basically one side saying this is a brand new thing versus this has been a practice for 65,000 years. We're from, what's that, corner country at Dilemmas? Afternoon all? They have politicized it. Yes, they have. But like, I think the point that they're making is that like the fact that it's there is politics in the first place. And so like they're not wrong either. They like it, like bringing something in politicizes the event because someone's made a political decision to have this done at all public gatherings. It needs to be included as a formality in public gatherings. And yeah, that's politics. It's not governance, but it's politics. And so like, but like they have politicized it by booing and making it a conversation topic. That's for sure. They know exactly what they're doing, Sarsaparilla, Jane. Well, everything is politics if you want it to be. Absolutely. Everything is. All human relations come down to politics. Anyone with a family would know that. Family politics, right? All right. Let's get back to it.
We take a moment, we pay our acknowledgements, and we pay our respects. We pay our respects to all of my ancestors. We pay our respects to all of my elders. And we pay our respects to all of my community members, past, present, and emerging.
That was Uncle Mark Brown, who runs an organisation called Dreaming Spirit. Now, I'm not sure what he charges to put on an Anzac Day welcome to country, but if you go onto his website, you can book one of your own for about $770. That's for a 15-minute performance. He says the purpose of a welcome to country is to, and I quote, give permission to visitors to enter and conduct activities on the land. So we send Australians overseas to fight for this country and then we welcome them back as visitors. Does anyone see the problem here? Not Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen. Faster than you can say treaty, she put out a statement.
I was actually booing the booing. It just didn't help. That's so good. It's saying boo or boo earns. Oh, it's so good. LOL, we did the renaming, bro. It's the OG name, brother. I don't subscribe to renaming of places game. Just like I don't subscribe to Corey making a whole thing about signs having both languages on it. Not a hill I'm going to die on. Oh, that's the, we did the renaming, bro. It's the OG name, brother. All right. So they opposed the welcome part? Well, like, yeah. He's like, look at these, you know, service people coming back and having to be welcomed to their own country. Doesn't it make you upset? It's like, well, like, how fragile are you? Eh? So much for facts don't care about your feelings. And like snowflake lefties. Look at these guys getting upset that someone would want to welcome them back to their own country. They seem to be very upset. seems to be hurting their very fragile egos at the moment. I can only imagine what Aboriginals have felt for so long putting up with this racist shit. Actually crazy. Don't call it Iran, it's Persia, lol. Very funny. 2026 and the new road is forming.
Who objected to being ceremonially reclassified. The disruption of this morning's dawn service was not only disgraceful, it's a betrayal of everything Anzac Day stands for, she wrote. She continued, a moment meant for silence and reflection was deliberately broken. Well, that would be compelling if it were true. But people didn't boo or disrupt during the moment of silence. They booed during the part where they were being called visitors in their own country. So why would the Victorian Labor Premier say people booed during the moment's silence? She's trying to stop...
New Guard is an old Aussie fascist movement, FYI. Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. The New Guard is forming, not the new road. Interesting. I didn't realise that. There you go. There's some Australian fascist history for you.
Even more division while claiming to be upset about division. Honestly, she's shameless.
This guy's all head and no shoulders. It's so good. I love it. Welcome is not a synonym for visitor. Suck it up, princesses. Well, they seem to be melting under the pressure here. It's too much for them.
Jacinta Allen's statement continued like this. Anzac Day is not a stage for division. Now, I have to say, on that point, I agree with her. But Jacinta Allen is scolding the wrong people because the boos weren't the sound of divisiveness. In my opinion, all the division was coming from the microphone.
And we acknowledge the continuous and unbroken connection to country for the Bunurong people. We also pay acknowledgements and respects to all traditional custodians of Australia, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. And we pay acknowledgements and respects to all of my Indigenous brothers and sisters from around the world.
We're using Anzac Day to acknowledge Indigenous people around the world? I should note, this was Mark Brown's second effort at an Anzac Day welcome to country. He was booed last year as well. Oh, and he didn't bother to remove his baseball cap for last year's solemn Anzac Day ceremony either. Maybe he'll do that next year. Here's how Mark Brown finished his welcome to country.
This welcome is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to honour and respect the deep cultural heritage of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nations, whose elders and community members have generously looked after these lands for countless generations.
My people have generously looked after these lands.
Now the cap is a problem. This presenter is such a smug prick. He's got it down pat, doesn't he? He's such a smug prick. But like, you know, he's right. He's right. There's certain decorum in certain events, and like take your hat off. Hey, if you're not allowed to, you know, if something sad has happened, if you're commemorating something, you know, take your hat off. Fine, fair enough. Take your fucking hat off, buddy. Go for it. That's a fair form of criticism, but all the other stuff is just culture war bullshit. If nobody else is wearing a fucking hat or a baseball cap there, take your fucking hat off. That's a sign of respect. We can all get down with that. Take your hat off. Hey, fine. But like, it's more than the hat, bro. Come on. Don't make it about the hat. You don't give a shit about this guy wearing a hat. Come on. Look at that punchable face. Oh. All right, back to it.
For countless generations. Now, what I hear there, when I hear countless generations, is before any of you arrived. That's not what he said, but how else would you interpret it? In my opinion, there's nothing generous or gracious about that speech. And there's nothing generous about treating returns...
I don't know. He didn't really say it like that. I thought actually it was quite genuine. He said, like, for countless generations, we looked after this territory, this earth. So, like, you know, you're enjoying something that we looked after for a long time. So thank you for the countless generations of people that held this place for everyone else to enjoy. I think that's actually a pretty innocuous thing compared to some of the other stuff people could say. I'm going to put words in his mouth and acknowledge that he didn't say that. LOL, LOL, LOL. Like, I've heard people say more, like, offensive stuff about their claims to, you know, the territory or based on their ancestors being tied to it. But that was just like, look, you know, we took care of the land and you're all enjoying it now. So just remember that. Like, that's pretty innocuous for where he could have gone with that statement. I don't agree with that one, mate. All head and no shoulders.
Servicemen as visitors in their own land, and there's nothing noble about reframing a day of shared sacrifice into a lecture on historical hierarchy. Mark Brown put out a statement on LinkedIn yesterday. It's 3 pages long. I'll give you some of the highlights. Today at Anzac Day, there was noise again, booing, heckling, more than last year. But all it did was fuel my fire, because this isn't about them. I carry my ancestors with me. I carry thousands of generations. I speak for country. And to the ones carrying hate, trying to disrupt something bigger than themselves, I live rent-free in your heads. And he signed it off, love Uncle Mark Brown, traditional custodian of this country. What's striking is what's missing. Mark Brown's statement contained not a single word about our soldiers, you know, those who fought and died for Australia, the people Anzac Day exists for. It was almost as if Anzac Day existed for Mark Brown and his ancestors. Anyway, no one wants to see division and no one wants to see Anzac Day memorials marked by booing.
Here it comes. Here comes
heckling.
the final solution.
I promised you a solution.
Here it is.
So here it is. Scrap welcome to country ceremonies on Anzac Day. Anzac Day.
You could fucking put money on that one. Like, it was just too simple. Well, they changed the solution and then get rid of welcome to country. Yes. Let's just play into the hands of neo-Nazis. Are you listening to yourself, buddy? Like, come on. This is why, I am actually shocked at this one. I guess I shouldn't be shocked. Like, we've done enough of this research now over the months. But, like, this is basically what Sky News is saying. Like, neo-Nazis have decided to co-opt Anzac Day dawn services with booing. And you know what? We kind of agree with them. So let's do what the neo-Nazis want, to get rid of welcome to country at Anzac Day dawn services. I'm fine with that. Are you okay with letting neo-Nazis decide what is acceptable behavior in Australian public life? Are you okay with that? Letting them make the calls? We're okay with that. Sky News. I can't believe it, man. What's going on here? What's going on here? Whatever. That's enough from this guy. That's enough from this guy. Here's the solution. Just get rid of it. Such a legend. Now, let me just juxtapose that for you with this. This is what our friend at Sky News is aspiring to be. He's aspiring to be this fuckwit over here. Why can't I hear it? There we go.
But there's been some controversy.
This is the guy. Okay, this is Blair Cottrell.
2 Anzac Day ceremonies, the dawn service. And this one here is just a local one in the southeast of Melbourne where I live. But there's been some controversy surrounding this ceremony. Similar to last year, there was more booing, specifically at the opening welcome to country, where an Aboriginal guy welcomes everybody to his country because he's Aboriginal and you're not. The booing this year, in response to that statement, was a lot louder, a lot more extreme than it was last year. But let me summarise this for you guys to give a clear image of what's going on.
Come on, thanks,
If
Blair.
I came to an Anzac Day ceremony for the first time, I was a young...
Now, listen to this, okay? Listen to this. This is very important. This is how they argue why the welcome to country is a problem, because it is politics and we keep politics out of Anzac Day. That's what the argument is. And he's going to explain very articulately how to get the politics out of Anzac Day, apparently, and just get back to the basics. That's all they care about. They just want Anzac Day to be about Anzacs. He's doing a public service, really.
Guy, I didn't know anything about it, and I really listened to the speeches. I would end up thinking that the Anzacs were all women Afghani interpreters and informants, and Aboriginals. Those are the three classes of people that get mentioned the most, more than anyone, by far. You don't even hear that much about the Australian soldiers who fell fighting for Australia or defending democracy. You hear about women serving in whatever shape or form. You hear about Afghani informants helping Australian soldiers in Afghanistan. And then you hear about Aboriginals and the country actually belonging to them, not you. So these ceremonies have been completely hijacked by hostile political propaganda. But the truth is, it's not even really Aboriginals or feminists really that are the problem. It's kind of a side.
Here's the real thing. You ready? Blair Cottrell is about to get fucking real. You know, and the problem is not even Aboriginals or women. Eh? They're not the real problem. I'll tell you what the real problem is. Are you ready?
The real problem is political bureaucrats, this class of politicians, is deliberately politicizing ceremonies like this. So I don't know about you, but if I was going to take my family, my young family, to an Anzac Day ceremony, I'd want them to hear about the Australian soldiers who fought for this country and what they fought for. I wouldn't want them being exposed to feminist, multicultural, Aboriginal, racial nationalist propaganda. But that's what these ceremonies have become.
Racial nationalist propaganda. Like, that is your shtick. Like, that, you are part of the NSN, the National Socialists. Like, racial nationalist propaganda. What the fuck are you going on about, bro? Women and Aboriginals are a side issue. It's so good. Multiculturalism, feminism, and Aboriginalism, or whatever the fuck he said. These are the three things. But it's really the fucking bureaucrats who politicize this event in the first place. It's them. They are the problems.
The Aboriginal welcome to country specifically is what has sort of pushed people over the line. They feel like they need to say something, and I think it's good that they are. I think it's good they're voicing their discontent. I think they should keep doing that kind of thing, not just at these ceremonies, but wherever it pops up.
So they're talking about it. Like, this is a lesson. Like, you get all of the gold right at the end there. The important thing is that people are talking about this now, and they're expressing their concern. That's what the neo-Nazis want. That's what Blair Cottrell and the NSN wants. And that's what this fuckwit is giving them. They want people to talk about this, and these pricks are going with it. So, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't allow people to boo at a ceremony. You know what? You've got a point, buddy. In a free and democratic society, people should be able to boo whenever they want to, for whatever political purpose. Go for it. But just remember, when you go on your next little fucking tirade and you speak about this issue for 5 minutes and you put up interesting clips, next time clip Blair Cottrell, who says, we did this, we went out on Anzac Day at a dawn service to boo because we wanted to start this conversation, and you should clip neo-Nazis next time, because that is the real story that you're feeding from. It's not clips of fucking people trying to do welcome to countries and people's tweets afterwards, or their ex posts afterwards. Tweet from fucking, cut from the real source, bro. Cut from fucking the neo-Nazis themselves, who have allowed you to talk about this, Sky News Australia. I wonder if they are somehow together on this one. I wonder. If you want to clip something, bro, for your next Sky News rant for Anzac Day 2027, I hope he clips fucking Blair Cottrell next time. Fuckwit. He's just feeding into their story. But like, I'll say it again. I'm all for booing. I'm all for freedom of expression, political rights. Let him do it. But like, just remember, bro, you're pushing a fucking neo-Nazi agenda. I don't think he would have the balls to bring this up himself if the neo-Nazis hadn't started booing and making an issue out of this. NSN are the kind of Aussies that get offended by being the butt of gay jokes instead of leaning into it and being a true larrikin. Yeah, well, they're also setting the tone now, it would seem. Dilemmas. Like, we've had so many discussions, dilemmas, over the months when we've been watching these guys being like, this is not the Australian right. They don't represent anything. They should have no power here. Well, it seems that they are setting conversations and setting the tone of discourse in Australian politics. Aussies need to harden the fuck up. Yes, apparently they fucking do. Massively. Honestly, it was for the best. YouTube censored me, lol. Anyway, that's enough. I don't want to spend too much time on that. But like, I wonder if this guy understands how closely he is interwoven with our NSN friends. He probably does. You don't need to answer that. All right, we're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with some more. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. Alicia Silverstoner? Alicia Silverstoner? Is that a new name? Or have I not seen that one before? Let me know if you're new here. Dilemmas. Not on the ground level. In this weird online sphere, the NSN think they maybe are chalking up wins. Most right-wingers just think that they are idiots. Look, I think, yeah, I'm sure people think that they're idiots, but it would seem that they're setting the conversation in terms of reference anyway when it comes to welcome to country. And everyone's just playing along with that conversation at the moment. All right, let me know if you can see me. My monitoring screen is not exactly aligned here. No, I'm back. That looks fine. Interesting. Blair was in the NSN groups. I was in LOL. Forgot why we went to war. Or did you mean the people booing? Spot on. We do. Weak as piss. As someone who often made noise during the minute silence as a kid eons ago, does it really matter he got booed? Like, out of everything, it's not that deep. I mean, yeah, booers, a bunch of assholes making out like they've sat on the back of a bus in defiance seems overkill. I think it's just racism underlying everything that upsets me. But hey, I'm a feminist, so meh. Brand new. Alicia Silverstoner. Well, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Are you Australian? Let us know. And if you have a position on the culture wars that are being delivered to us by the neo-Nazis. Hi to the sausage. Yep. Yeah, what did he say? Because they acknowledged in this year's dawn service, they acknowledged Afghan interpreters and women and Aboriginals. It's feminist, multicultural bullshit. Only set the terms because the left gets outraged by the stunts and Sky capitalizes on it. It's the Streisand effect. I did the sausage. I don't like how we've treated Aboriginals. Whether it's rage baiting the left or allowing Sky to capitalize on something. Like, that was their intention though. And it seems like everyone's playing to their intentions. So they're winning, that's all. Alicia Silverstone aged well. Doesn't look like she filled her face with plastic. Silverstoner is the one that we have. All right. Let's change topics. Enough on the culture wars here. I just thought this was interesting how they were able to get on this one. All right. Let's have a look. Now, we somehow have avoided this situation. Part-time Aussie, LOL. Part-time, that's interesting. I wonder how you feel about welcome to country if you're part-time. I guess you need more welcoming than the rest of us, I guess. Where's the Pauline take on the booing? That's actually a pretty good call. I wonder what she'd say about this. It's disrespectful. Have you discussed the government social media ID expansions yet? No, but you know what? I noticed them when I came back and started logging into rejoining the Australian internet ecosystem, let's say. Like, it wanted me to age verify myself all over the place. What a change 1 month makes. Hey, Wookie? But the tactic is so old hat, it's boring at this point. Not happy the government made it harder. To have a cheeky bat? Yeah, interesting. No, there are new ones today. Oh, okay, fair enough. What are the new ones? Let me know. Cheeky bat. They're expanding in December 2026 to encompass everything now. Lovely. Gone the way of the UK, I see. Now, like I was starting to lead on, we're going to be talking about Iran situation. All right. So I feel like before I left for leave, like all we were doing was talking about fucking Iran nonstop. And like I haven't heard much about Iran since I've been back, and I think that's crazy. So let's have a little update on the Iran situation, if you don't mind. I would like to know where we sit on that front. Like I was saying yesterday, it would seem that we're at a ceasefire position at the moment. Like, what the hell does that mean, honestly? Ceasefire? Like like Israel and Lebanon are experiencing a ceasefire, and like Israel is constantly bombarding Hezbollah during the ceasefire, and there's a ceasefire going on between Israel and Palestine at the moment in Gaza, but they've killed, what, by conservative estimates, 1,000 Palestinians since the peace plan was initiated. I left a video in the topic suggestions for you to check later. Okay, thanks. Video topic suggestions. Social media ban was just the start. Tech wins cyber. Australia just made age verifications mandatory for almost everything. All right, it's coming. It's coming. Australia is buying American energy as well now, if I heard that right. We have to verify our age with government-issued age verification IDs. Yes, or you can use your credit card, or you can just let them take a picture of your face and let their AI figure out if you're old enough. So, Iran's foreign minister has been talking to Putin. So, like, I just want to get a gauge on what's going on there, because so I'm led to believe the ceasefire was like 2 weeks, and then Trump extended the ceasefire indefinitely, I believe. If somebody's got a different perspective on that one, let me know. I'm trying to get my head around this. And then Trump was supposed to be sending Witkoff and Kushner off to negotiations that were taking place in Islamabad in Pakistan. And then, like, last minute, Trump called it off and was like, no, I'm not sending representatives anymore to talk to these Iranians. They know what the score is. And if they don't want to come to the table, then fuck them. I'm not sending diplomats out there anymore, 15-hour flights to go and speak to these douchebags from Iran. They really want to negotiate and they want a deal, then they should call me. And so, like, diplomacy is off, but the ceasefire is still on. But like the Iranians are still doing their diplomatic efforts, I would say. Yeah, good old Taco Tuesday. So what, Trump chickened out. Oh, like I guess he has, hasn't he? He started a war, then like brought in a ceasefire, and then has basically extended that ceasefire indefinitely. He has chickened out. He's chickened out of a war. Like, all the rhetoric was like he's going to annihilate the civilization, and now he's chickened out of it. That's pretty funny, actually. Never thought of it like that. Thank you, Hobo Joe. That's good. Trump always chickens out. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. That's why Trump isn't stressed about the strait being closed. It's all more money for America. And I still believe the pilot rescue was a joint operation to get Iran's uranium. Yeah, but he's saying one thing and doing another. So yeah, let's get just a wrap on this situation, if you don't mind. I feel like Iran has just disappeared. I guess like people getting sick of it. It was happening too much. And it was just taking up so much of the conversation. But people, I guess, are sick of speaking about Iran now. He is saying ceasefire while still firing and putting boats into position. Yeah, it's like ceasefire is exactly that. They freeze the conflict so you can restock yourselves to start again, right? Yeah, he is. But while he dicks around, ships are filling up with American oil. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do this. BBC, by the way. Hey? I know Ravy gets excited when I say BBC, but like, let's go to the source. BBC all the way.
Hello, I'm Anita McVeigh, and this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing.
To be fair, most people probably can't tell Iran and Palestine apart. Savage. I guess probably a lot of Americans that would struggle with that, I guess. Iran said get fucked, so Trump changed his
Bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 59 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi.
It's not Fox Business. Look, I've actually got Fox Business lined up next. I'm like, first I want to do BBC to get an actual understanding of world news before just getting all-out American propaganda from Fox News.
Praises the strategic relationship between Moscow and Tehran as he meets Vladimir Putin for talks on the war. Oil prices climb again as peace talks between the US and Iran stall, and shipments through the Strait of Hormuz remain limited. Israel's military says it's launched fresh strikes against Hezbollah sites despite the ongoing ceasefire.
But do they listen to themselves when they say these news, like when they read the announcements? It's like, oh, look, it says Israel is striking Hezbollah despite the ceasefire. Like, do you reckon some of the reporters are like, oh, can we really say that? Like, that doesn't make sense. They're striking despite the ceasefire. There is no ceasefire. It's just Israel strikes Hezbollah, ending the ceasefire. You can't have strikes if there is a ceasefire. It's in the name. Ceasefire. Like, are people so detached from words now that they've completely lost any of their intuitive meaning? Like, you just look at the word and you're like, okay, ceasefire means people have ceased firing at each other. They must just not care at all when these people read the news. They're just like, just give me the script, I'll say whatever.
But we begin our daily briefing with the latest on the diplomatic front. Iran's foreign minister is now in Russia, the latest stop on a tour which also included Oman and Pakistan. It comes after Donald Trump cancelled a planned trip by US officials to Pakistan over the weekend, claiming it would be wasting too much time. Immediately after arriving...
Let me fix this confusion. They have ceased starting fires. Right? You seem to be confused about what ceasefire means. Yeah, I am very confused by this. It's like Israel wiggles the radio cord to create a bad connection every time there's a ceasefire. Makes it more legal. Sorry.
Arriving in Russia, Abbas Araghchi blamed the US for the failure of peace negotiations in Pakistan. He then thanked Vladimir Putin for his support while praising the strategic relationship between Moscow and Tehran. Mr. Putin promised to continue to support Iran, saying he hopes peace will prevail. Well, let's speak now to Bahman Kalbasi from BBC Persian. He joins us live now from New York. Bahman, good to
Aren't you supposed to yell ceasefire before each shot to make it more legal? Okay, got it. Keep your enemy guessing as well, right? All right, let's listen to the Iranian expert who lives in New York. We'll get some balanced journalism coming our way. Let's do this.
See you. How important for Iran right now is this strategic relationship with Russia?
It has been reported that the Russians were helpful in the war, intelligence-wise, and of course the support they gave in the Security Council. So that strategic relationship, as Mr. Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, just mentioned, is important. There was a meeting with the senior military officials in Russia as well. There has been warnings by Russia.
Ceasefire is another name for buckshot? Question mark? I don't know. Or slugs? What were the other? There was one other option for shotguns that I learned about yesterday. I learn a lot from these streams.
That Israel and the U.S. might be regrouping and getting ready for another round of attacks. So this all could fall under the continuation of this relationship, and Iran getting assistance from Russia in preparing for a possibility of a resumption of the war, as well as looking to Russia for ways to maybe play a role if the nuclear file were to be settled. Especially one of the most important sticking points is U.S.'s insistence that Iran's 60% enriched uranium be sent out of Iran, something Iran says it will never do and never allow, but maybe the middle way would be that that material goes to Russia. So all of those are obviously things that they would talk about, and this regional trip is about the Iranian government trying to find ways to end the war on its own terms. As we've heard now, a proposal given to Pakistanis that will give the Americans an option of settling the issue of Strait of Hormuz, opening that for now in return for end of the war, official end of the war, and lifting of the blockade, and then pushing the can down the road when it comes to the nuclear file. It's unclear how the United States will respond to that. We heard passingly from the United States president that this was a positive move, but it was not enough. And we know there's a Situation Room meeting about that today as well in the White House.
And very briefly, Bahman, if you would, how concerned do you think Iran is about President Putin's continued support in terms of the fact that he is keeping an eye, of course, on his strategic relationship with the United States?
They think Mr. Putin is more on their side than it is on the United States.
Like, what strategic relationship does Russia have with the United States? I'm confused. Or is this just like part of that conspiracy theory stuff that the Russians really control the Trump administration, etc., etc.? Ravi, obviously it doesn't count because they were attacking Hezbollah, old women and Jesus statues in southern Lebanon. Hamael mean Hezbollah was hiding in that Jesus statue head. Yeah. Hezbollah were hiding, in that Jesus statue head. Yeah, that's the thing, right? The ceasefire doesn't count because they're attacking Hezbollah. If they're just attacking Lebanon generally, then that's not okay. As long as they label it Hezbollah, then fire away. Fire away. Pakistan is just an arbitrary line the English drew on a map once upon a time. Capture that thought, Dilemmas. Hold that thought. You know how we've talked about the idea of a nation state just being a complete construction of the human imagination and it means nothing? And so therefore nationalism, all that sort of stuff is really arbitrary. We're all just one human race. And especially we're just one large working class that spans the entire planet Earth. If Pakistan is just an arbitrary line the English drew on a map once upon a time, then that is so what Australia is. It's just an arbitrary territory that the English laid claim to once upon a time. And we're just the leftovers from that arbitrary decision that the English state made a long time ago. Very interesting. Rhodesia forever. All right. This analysis sucks. It really does. I'm going to go to the Germans. Sorry. Iran's foreign minister in Moscow after U.S. talks collapse. Meanwhile, let's see what the Germans have to say for themselves. As peace talks between the U.S. and Iran stall, Tehran's top diplomat heads to Moscow in search of backing from Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's get the German take.
Iran's foreign minister says that the U.S. wants to negotiate with
the Druze, the Hindus, the Christians, the Kurds, Jews, Persians all want rid of a certain influence and aren't fighting each other. Interesting.
Tehran because it has not achieved any of its war goals. Abbas Araghchi, Iran. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister says that the U.S. wants to negotiate with Tehran because it has not achieved any of its war goals. Abbas Araghchi met with Russia's President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg to discuss the war. Araghchi said that he'd held very good talks with Putin, with both sides reaffirming their strategic partnership. Now, Russia did not openly send Iran military support when the U.S. and Israel attacked, but at the meeting, Putin said Russia would do everything it could to ensure that peace is achieved as quickly as possible. All right, I want to get more now with Mark Katz. He's Professor Emeritus of Government and Politics at George Mason University.
Is that what ended up happening with that whole situation, Ravi? Honestly? Trump tried to arm the Kurds and they said, no, thank you. We aren't dying for you. Because I remember that was the big thing when the Iran war started. They were going to get the CIA or American intelligence somehow was going to get resources to the Kurds so they could start invading Iran on behalf of the Americans. They were going to be the infiltration team into what? Northwestern Iran. I guess that petered out to nothing, didn't it? And pro-Israel, I mean pro-America, it's the same thing, LOL. Yes, that's what happened. Trump said he was going to do it, and they responded back by saying, absolutely not. This is a lie. Wow. I'm coming up with a more blanket racist slogan. Be right back. Okay.
University. He specializes in Russian foreign policy, especially relations with Iran and the Middle East. Professor Katz, it's good to have you on the program. Iran supported Russia's war in Ukraine by sending drones and weapons. Does this strategic partnership, does it imply here a two-way street? I mean, is there a sense in Tehran that it's time for Moscow to prove itself?
Well, I'm sure that that's exactly what the Iranians would like.
KK in the house. What if the Kurds pull off a once-in-a-lifetime play and just take the Middle East for themselves? All this funding for Israel just for the Kurds to take power? Could you imagine the Kurds have just been playing the long game and they're just going to take power for themselves while everyone's distracted? And they keep on getting funds from the Americans, everyone thinking that they're going to support or use the Kurds to do all their dirty work, and they're just amassing their power and biding their time. That'd be interesting. Here's for Kurdish liberation and dominance. The long game.
Russians, though, aren't noted for reciprocating, or at least in an equal fashion. So they haven't sent the kind of weaponry to Iran. However, they do appear to be sending targeting information, or providing targeting information to Iran for its drone and missile strikes on, whether it's U.S. installations or Gulf Arab facilities. In other words, that the Russians are helping make these more accurate than they might have been otherwise.
Russia doesn't necessarily support a quick end to the U.S.-Iranian conflict, does it? I mean, I'm wondering, how is Russia benefiting with Washington and Tehran being such open?
I find there's a lot of this type of conspiracy that happens in the Western media. Like, there's heaps of clips that you can see, or like news headlines that are like, how does Russia benefit from this situation, like the Iran-US conflict? Like, somehow Russia has orchestrated this entire situation for their benefit, because they've got Trump and his administration, I don't know, by the balls somehow. And so he's cornered them and gotten them good. Like, this Putin, that is, has cornered the Trump administration and got them to start this war for Russia's benefit somehow. I find there's a lot of that type of propaganda that comes from the West. Very interesting. Not a single lip between these men. Oh, man. That's funny. Mid-war, the just third party, Iran and Israel. All right.
Enemies.
Well, certainly, with the higher price of oil, the Russians benefit because they're an oil exporter. That's their main source of income. They have to sell at a discount, but if the world price rises, then the discount is from a higher level. So it appears that they are getting a lot more money. And the other thing, of course, is that to the extent that the U.S. is involved in Iran, it's not paying as much attention to Ukraine, the conflict there. So I think that the Russians are benefiting.
Yeah, so Trump is all powerful, but conversely, Russia and China have interfered and ruined everything. Pick a lane, yeah. And like at the same time, these news outlets will be like, oh, Trump is being manipulated by the Russians for the Russian benefit. But then also Bibi's calling all the shots and getting Trump to do everything. So which one is it? Like Bibi or Putin? Who's actually controlling Trump to their own benefit here? I gotta know. Which one is it? Which propaganda line are we going with today? Who's really controlling the Trump administration? Dilemmas: America upset Iran, has satellite targeting. USA doesn't know how to fight an enemy that has advanced past goat herder. Savage. And they didn't even do well against goat herders, apparently, either. Haven't won a war in a long time.
From this conflict continuing.
Israel and the United States have said numerous times, they've said that the world should be terrified of a nuclear Iran. Why don't we hear that same warning coming from the Kremlin?
Yeah, I don't think the Russians really want the Iranians to acquire a nuclear weapon, but certainly, back when I used to be able to go to Moscow easily, the Russians made clear that, if Iran acquires nuclear weapons, they don't expect to be a target, and they don't expect Iran to behave differently than say Pakistan or North Korea. So they're just not as worried about it as we are. And in fact, I think they often think that we're not really as worried about it as we say we are.
Are they concerned in the Kremlin that if there were to be a deal on Iran's nuclear program, then we would see maybe a rapprochement between Washington and Tehran? And is that what Vladimir Putin really worries about and doesn't want to see happen?
Certainly, Russian specialists have said exactly that their worst case is not a nuclear-armed Iran. Their worst case is an improved Iranian-American relationship, because if and when that happens, then Iran really doesn't have very great need of Russia.
And would Russia then be out in the cold then, if that were to happen, if it had a U.S.-friendly...
It's such stupid lines of questioning as well. Like, what? Russia doesn't care about if Iran gets nuclear weapons. They just care that America and Iran might get closer. Yeah, obviously, because no one really fucking is worried about Iran getting nuclear weapons. It's not a thing. It's just an excuse that the Americans and the Israelis have been using to wage war on Iran whenever they felt like it, by accusing them of having nuclear weapons. No one actually cares if they have nuclear weapons. If people cared about people stockpiling nukes, they'd be going after people like the Americans. If they really cared about nuclear warfare and the end of the world as we know it. They don't care about that. Of course the Russians would care if Iran and the US got together, because that's just another friend that Russia has had taken away from them, a strategic partner, not a friend, let's just say, a strategic partner that they've had taken away from them by the Americans. Okay? First Syria, or last off the list, Syria, next Iran, America whittling away Russia's strategic partners here. Come on. I'm sorry, I can't. Bro sounds like he has a permanent nose peg. Yeah, no, this is difficult, isn't it? I just wanted some information on Iran. Just all radio silence at the moment. All right, fine. We're doing the Hobo Joe special. We're going to get the latest from Fox Business about the Iran situation. Let's go to Fox Business. No one cared about North Korea after they got nukes. Right? Am I right? Am I right? All right, Fox Business. Here it is. General Keane. This seems pretty obvious, ... Fox News senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane discusses Iran's offer to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, where the US has the military power to open the Strait of Hormuz, and the Russian-Iranian relationship with Iran. All right, let's do this. Finally. Yeah, all right, it's coming. It's coming.
Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now. General, an offer from the Iranians to open the strait without discussion of nuclear deal. Is that progress?
Yeah, right, it's progress.
No, not at all, Stuart. I mean, where we are, we've had weeks of negotiations now, and I think we've come to the conclusion, it seems pretty obvious, The Iranians are never going to propose a deal that we can accept. That is the pathway that we're on. That's number one. Number two, the reality is where the Iranians are, and we have a tendency to look at them through our value system and our prism of what is reasonable. And you've got to understand where they're coming from. We think it's reasonable that because their oil is shut down and it's eventually going to be corrosive to the oil production that they're doing, it's going to have an even a worse impact on them long term. They really don't care about the suffering of their people. They don't care if there are gas lines. They don't care.
I love listening to these guys comment and just like you got to turn some of the logic back on them. They really don't care about the suffering of their people. Says the guy speaking on the behalf of the nation that just started a war when like no one agreed to it at all. Like it was like 80% plus of Americans didn't want to go into this war, didn't want to spend more money on a war because they thought that that money could be spent more wisely on them, the domestic population, as opposed to bombing the shit out of people that live on the other side of the world. And like, yeah, American society is just going swimmingly at the moment. There's no suffering in the US. It's only evil regimes that cause suffering to their domestic populations.
If the going to have an even a worse impact on them long term. They really don't care about the suffering of their people. They don't care if there are gas lines. They don't care if the lights are going down in certain parts of the country. They don't have electricity. They're gonna try to ride this out because they believe in the long run the pressure on the United States politically and economically, with an election coming and with the oil prices at the levels they're at, or maybe even worse, is on their side. And they don't care about the suffering of their people or even the impact on their industry. That is where they are. Is that unreasonable? Pretty much. But that's who they are.
Yeah.
What I think we have to do is reassess.
Definitely don't ask how much America has access to clean water. That's some third world stats. Yeah, I don't want to know.
Assess where are we, Stuart? And my judgment is it's time now, after weeks of trying to work with them, is to go back to full military operations. Keep the blockade on, certainly. We've got about 2 weeks to complete the operation that we stopped. It's about 25% remaining to go. We have twice the combat power in the region than we had when we started, Stuart. So what we're going to do to them is quite serious. The Israelis are now flush again with all the munition shortages they may have had as a result of 5 weeks of a campaign. Let's go out and finish what we started. Get that job done. Open up the Straits of Hormuz ourselves, and then make a final decision about Carg Island. Well, obviously, Carg Island is not functioning now. We're in control of it because that's their major distribution point. But as the last deed...
Sorry, slow down. Did something happen while I was away? Did the Americans get control of Carg Island, or is he just talking out of his ass here completely? They sent in the Marines and took Carg Island? Is this legit? Can someone fact check that one for me? That doesn't sound right. What is this guy talking about? Dilemmas. Need to have a look at the SPLC drama that's brewing as well, funding the KKK to do hate crimes, etc. Interesting. What is SPLC drama? Flint, Michigan enters the chat. Ad for Brita fillers. Not that I heard. What's he saying then? He just said that they control Carg Island. I didn't hear that. Like, he just said that, right? Unless I misheard him, maybe.
Make a final decision about Carg Island. Well, obviously, Carg Island is not functioning now. We're in control of it.
What? So he's basically General Keane here. His suggestion is America needs to take control of the strait because they've already taken Carg Island, so it doesn't matter anyway. Wow. Southern Poverty Law Center. Okay. To check that out.
Because that's their major distribution point. But as the last deed, do we actually destroy it and take all of that down? That's a decision the president has to make. But I think we've got to reassess and put ourselves on a path to finish the job we started.
Do we have the military power to open the strait ourselves? And if we do have that power, why haven't we used it?
Yes, we do have that power. I think because we wanted to see how the blockade worked. Blockade was phase 1, and obviously it is working. Phase 2 is opening up the straits itself. I think we do that, but we actually go back to combat operations and then open up the straits. That is the better path here, and finish what we said we were going to do from the outset. Look, we went to a ceasefire. Why did we do that? Because they took control of the straits, and we were trying to work out some kind of negotiations. That hasn't worked. And they're going to ride this thing out even longer. All they want to do, Stuart, is survive, have the regime survive, and they believe eventually they'll recover. And they will be a threat again, maybe not during the Trump administration, but a subsequent administration.
Yep.
That is how diabolical these guys are. They don't care about their people.
Right now, Iran...
Like, says the guy who's just like, yes, we have the military power to open the strait. Let's just say that they do. At what cost? Like, how many fucking Americans are going to have to die in that operation? But it's the Iranians. They don't care about their people at all. Dilemmas, LOL, just because you spend $1 trillion on your military doesn't mean that you can open the strait. Hey, talk about wishful thinking.
Iran's foreign minister is in Moscow for talks. You can see him with Putin.
But the question is, does America even want to reopen it? Question mark. Just asking the hard questions. There are thousands of troops sent to the island in prep for seizure. Iran is basically saying, bruh, how? I dare you, come on. Ha ha ha. And Trump has done ceasefire crap since. This guy is such a fucking hypocrite. Daniel R. Brunt. Well. Hello, sir. Welcome to the stream chat. Hope you are well. Hope you are very well. Just trying to get a understanding of what the hell's going on with the Iranian situation. My God. Because it was all that we could talk about a month ago before I went away. And now I'm back. I hardly hear people talk about Iran. This guy is a fucking hypocrite. And he also seems to be a bit confused, I would say. Censored comments. Trump has the power to spread that strait. He just needs a little blue pill for inspiration first. Just waiting to take effect. Oh, lovely. Great imagery there. Spread that straight. Oh, yeah. Dilemmas. Iran is going all in on every hand. Calling Trump's bluff every time. It does seem like that. Especially the way that Ravi put it. The images of the Iranians making human chains around the power plants were really powerful. Yeah, fuck.
We got the video. Does Russia want Iran to settle and open the strait? What's Russia's role here?
I think Russia's #1 role is to make certain the regime survives, just like China's #1 role is here. And listen, we have to accept the fact that this relationship that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have is real. And they are supporting each other. I mean, Iran put in place.
Why would someone think that it's not real? Like, it's obvious that they all have relations with each other. Like, I know that for these people, especially Fox Business, America is the center of the universe, but other countries can have fucking relationships as well. What a funny thing to say. Republicans can't open a strait. We've seen the grinder data. You should reserve that one for when Ninja Nurse comes back to them. Okay, so the America did strike Karg Island, but they have not taken control of it. They hit the military bases, but left the oil infrastructure alone. What? They wouldn't touch that vital infrastructure for some reason? I wonder why. Very interesting. Rave, also, it came out that they lied about losses. There was a report released about the damage caused to U.S. facilities. Interesting. I feel like the U.S. has an interest in maintaining the U.S. regime too. Think about it. It'll make sense. Just think about it. Think about it. Are you getting censored again, Wookie? I can't see what you're writing there. I just see an A with an asterisk. Most censored person award of the day goes to Wookiee. That was information from ChatGPT. Okay, fair enough.
In Russia, a sophisticated manufacturing plant, and built it. The Shahed drones that they are using by the thousands to hit the Ukrainian people and its civil energy. These drones that go 1,000 miles and are killer drones, one-way drones. The Iranians conceptualized that. They threw Russia a major, major lifeline here for sure. Where is Russia? They provided Iran with intelligence, and they certainly want the regime to survive. That is where Russia is.
Good. General Jack Keane, thanks very much for joining us, sir. I know we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Good on you, General. Good on ya. I'm not even writing anything that wild today. You've been blacklisted, bro. Something's happened. That's the excuse for taking Venezuela. The oil companies paid for the infrastructure. Maduro, Natu, and nationalized and stole it. Yankee Doodles just taking what is rightfully theirs. You know what's funny about that? Maduro was actually given a lot of money from China because China wanted access to Venezuela was given a lot of monetary support, financial assistance via China to develop their oil infrastructure in order to service the Chinese market. They wanted the Venezuelans to be able to refine the oil onshore before then exporting it to the Chinese market. And so it's funny that you always hear from the Western media the story that American companies kind of went in there, developed Venezuela's industry, then they nationalized it and stole it from Americans who were rightfully operating it. And so then Americans have taken it back. But the Chinese had a big hand in developing the oil in Venezuela and its refining capabilities. So if anything, it's the Americans stealing it off the Chinese. It's funny when you think of it like that. Your chat is the most moderated I have ever been in. Other chats I can write just the most best awful things. YouTube chat auto mod is usually related to the topic on screen and sometimes super random. Yeah, sorry, look, I have no control over this. Unless I set a moderator. But like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find someone that's literally going to be here every single stream to moderate. Makes sense, given Trump's moves are all basically designed to screw China out of resources. Seems to be what's happening with the Strait at the moment, right? All right, well, there you go. There's your dose of Fox business. Hope everyone's gotten their hit now and feel a little bit better. But yeah, I wanted to have a look at this. I talked about this yesterday, and I don't know who put this in the chat before I left. And said, you have to watch this. And so I watched it, and I'm wondering if any of you have actually watched this, because there's so much in here that is just wrong. It's just awful from both sides, from the lefties and the righties that are talking about this capitalism debate. It's just awful. And so I wouldn't mind fact checking some of this bullshit. Actually, I'm not even go as far as to make it sound like I'm fact-checking something. I'm just going to give you my opinion on it, why this is crap. Oh, yeah, this is great and bad. So, yeah, like, let's go through this in the hour that we have left together and listen to some of the bullshit that comes out of this debate. But it seems to be very Aussie. Like, they really just talk about the housing crisis. And they're all debating on whether people should own homes in a copious amount. Raver, you can give me the power if you like, but it's not your settings. It's YouTube itself. The disappearing comments don't go past the mod. Go past the mod. It's automated. Oh, okay. I vote for Ravy Baby for YouTube mod. Okay, well, look, I'm happy to do this. Let's test this out tomorrow. But, like, yeah, I thought that YouTube was rather restrictive. It's funny, Wookiee, though. What an admission that is, that you get censored here more than other chats. Maybe that's a problem with our chat. Maybe it's this community. Hey? I can't stand purple pingers. I get his views, but he is a flog. Which one's purple pingers? The guy in the colourful shirt? Or the guy in the dark shirt? I don't know these people personally. The guy with the colourful shirt, okay. And then one of them is one of the people that oh no, that's a different debate actually. Oh, the glasses guy is purple. His name is Purple Pingers. Yeah, Purple Pingers grinds my gears. Oh, interesting. It's where Purple Pingers goes on about feudalism. Yeah, that was cringy, that one. I wonder if they talk about the PPRT. Tell me about what the PPRT. I would like to know more. What's this acronym for? I don't mind Pingers. What's your problem with him? I don't know him personally. I don't do his content. Is he a YouTuber? Is he on something else? Let's have a look. If I can find some Purple Pingers. Purple Pingers. What a name. Is it like that? Oh my god, Purple Pingers TV. There we go. I hate real estate agents and have 3 cats. Fair enough. Sounds like he's doing well for himself. Pinger's name is Jordan. Petroleum resource rent tax in Australia. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey? And he's a dirty commie. What was the original question? I wonder if they talk about it. I think they do talk about gas. And like whether we should nationalize it. I'm pretty sure they talk about it at some point. And this guy Purple Pingers has an opinion on that. He's a dirty commie. He a cutie. Oh, Ravy baby. We figured out your type. Let's look at a short of this guy and see if he's coherent. For a dirty commie. Goddamn commies. An affordable rental. Weekend of resistance for Palestine in Queensland. Moldy Enmore rental. Let's have a look at this one. Everyone's mind type.
Hello, welcome back to Shit Rentals with your host, Purple Pingers. Today we're in Enmore in the Prime Minister's electorate for $1,395 a week, which is already kind of like a crazy amount, but considering that the house was last sold in 1986 for $67,000, like, just makes you a bit depressed. Anyways, here's what it looks like. I didn't add that, I promise. It's pretty clearly got like a rising damp problem. This is called efflorescence. It happens when like salt dissolves in like a porous material like concrete or like bricks and shit, and then it just like kind of moves around while it's wet and then just like comes out the other end and says hi. Anyways, naturally none of the like photos show this or anything. Like the photos just look all like kind of fine. Like obviously the carpet's a bit old, but it makes it look quite nice.
The carpet's a bit old. The fuck is this? Mushies growing in the walls, probably. Well, I'm sold. It's more how he portrays his views. I get where he's coming from and agree with in practice, but he's not great explaining the execution. His rental videos are spot on though. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's listen to these whingers. Tell us about capitalism, shall we? Let's have a crack.
If you're on a pension or you don't have a high income, you can't get a house. So
that's because housing is privatised, though. If it was nationalised, if it was publicly run, you wouldn't have had the 12-year wait because of the private market just, you know,
like
gobbling
in the
up all the
Soviet
houses.
Union, where there was no homeless people and you could get into a house straight away in the beautiful
Sure, I'm not a Stalinist, so I'm not
So
advocating
what are you
for
proposing?
Soviet
The government take over all the properties? Like, I'm very confused.
Capitalism is the most common economic system in the
Like, that was the most controversial section they could take out. So good. So YouTube's lets that joke through. What, the one about the taking drugs and whispering into people's ears? Yeah, it's a random YouTube filter, that's for sure. Oh god, the carpet in the place. When we first bought it, it was absolutely revolting. It had no backing left. It was paper thin. It was like a public transport fabric pattern.
world, but the divide between rich and poor in Australia is still growing. Is Australia's current version of capitalism still working, or has it outlived its purpose? Today, our panel is going to debate a range of statements based on common pressure points and online discussions. And just a reminder, the views shared here are not those of SBS.
Just a reminder, in case you were wondering.
Workers are worse off under Australia's current version of capitalism. We're going to start with Jordan.
Definitely, workers are worse off. We live in one of the richest countries in the whole world. We have enough wealth, enough resources to provide for everyone to live a decent, happy life. But at the moment, instead, what we have is 1 in 3 households experienced food insecurity in 2025. 1 in 7 live in poverty. And, we're currently living through a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and environmental collapse. It's
just quickly. Not to say that any of the stuff that he's saying is untrue, but it is under the assumption that there is some type of version of capitalism where people have food security and have affordable housing, and the market is actually supposed to meet those basic human needs. I think what's dangerous, and I'm not saying that this guy is not aware of this, purple fingers, but the assumption is that capitalism is failing when there is a housing crisis or people can't afford to buy basics like food. That is actually not a safe platform to assume from. If you look at the history of capitalism, it has always been hand in hand with a failure to provide these very, very basic human needs from the market economy itself. And it's usually needing to be supplemented somehow by the government to help provide things like housing and nutrition, food with nutritional value, etc., etc. So, don't just, if they're going to start with a critique of capitalism by saying, hey, isn't it fucked that there's the housing market is completely screwed or something like that. That's actually the market system doing what it does. It's just how it works, actually.
Sucks for workers in this country, but also
we have enough resources, but I wonder who doesn't want us to mine or extract them. Fair enough. Is that guy wearing a Basquiat shirt? Is that what this is we're talking about here?
But at the same time, it doesn't suck for everyone. Some people are doing really fucking well. Gina Rinehart's wealth, for example, is 100,000 times the average Australian. She doesn't work 100,000 times harder than the average Australian. The rich.
They're fact checking him. The executive chair of Hancock Prospecting, Gina Rinehart. It employs more than 4,000 people. There you go.
Just 10% own 2/3 of all investment properties in this country. Some people are doing great, and the working class is not. If that were
the richest 10% of households own 2/3 of the total value of investment property. Just 10% own 2/3 of total value of investment property, but not the number of investment properties.
the case, then the wealthiest individuals in this country would be the nurses, the teachers, the firefighters, the cleaners, the ones that actually work really hard.
Does anyone want to respond to that?
I completely agree. Like, it feels like we have this kind of K graph of wealth where the wealth keeps going like this, and everyone else, they're either getting worse off or they're not getting any better. I used to be like a huge believer that like capitalism was the best solution, the right solution, and to some degree I think capitalism has its place. It works for the very wealthy, somewhat works for the middle class, and it doesn't work for our most poorest. And I think that's where socialism comes in, that's where government support comes in. We need more of that.
Remember, government support, like she's right, like the government is there to support the market system, and because that's how the market works, as she has described it. Like, it's really a profound statement, but like that's how the market system works, or capitalism works. Like, it does work well for the very richest people out there, and the middle classes usually tend to do okay, and like the poor groups in society suffer greatly and need to be supported by government, and that's where socialism steps in. And socialism is not when the government does stuff. Okay, that's not socialism. That is a form of social democracy. So it's like using the systems that we have at the moment, like the democratic system that we have at the moment, and just adding in social safety nets to that system. So like social democracy, where you have something like welfare and public schools and money spent on like public transport, that's not socialism. That's just like taking some of the wealth that we produce as a society and like making sure that it's spread around a little bit. That's not socialism. Socialism isn't this like safety valve that is supposed to be applied when capitalism is under too much pressure and people are starting to rally against the system. That's not what socialism is there for. Socialism is not there to help treat some of the sicknesses of the market system. That's not what socialism is supposed to be about. Like, so she's kind of there, but she's not really at the same time. But I just want to clarify that, because a lot of people say this. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, socialism works to a certain extent, or socialism is when the government does stuff. That's absolute nonsense. It's got nothing to do with that.
But I just don't know how we get there.
It's just impossible to have this conversation without talking about how we treat housing. And so our living standards have materially gotten worse. Like, all of our living standards have gotten worse because our income as a share of the value of housing has just been deflating. And that is why there...
In 1984, 16% of home buyers were spending more than 30% of their income on housing. By 2024, this has risen to 44%. Yeah, so like this is like a usual, I don't know, factoid that gets thrown around in the housing conversation. For you to be in housing stress, and this is just like kind of a measure that is used by people that look at the like housing affordability as their job, right? For you to be in housing stress, that means you have to spend more than 30% of your income on housing costs. So if you're a renter and you spend, like, you earn $100,000 a year and you spend $30,000 a year on paying the rent, or more than that, like $35,000 a year, you're in housing stress. So in 1984, that was 16% of home buyers were spending more than 30% of their income on housing. In 2024, that had risen to 44%. So from 16% of the population to 44, almost from like we're looking at under 20% to almost half of the population now is in housing stress in Australia. They spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. So if you own a house, you're spending more than 30% of your income on mortgage repayments, you're in housing stress. So like that is a problem, but like that's a problem with a market system, if you ask me. Going to be driving home, but we'll be listening. Keen to hear this one. Yeah, it's interesting so far. We're like literally 30 seconds in. And in 85, capital controls got lifted. Interesting.
There's so much anger and resentment and debate, like good debate that's happening because people really feel like they are stuck. They can't make ends meet, and they're trying to hack the system by staying in a granny flat or staying at home into your 30s. I don't know anything about that. And so I just think the idea that work is what gets us ahead in life and is the thing that we value in Australia is just a complete lie. We do not value hard work. We do not value work. If we did, we would celebrate work, and that would be changing the tax system and changing the housing system.
Eddie, you're a business owner. What are your thoughts?
Just from my personal experience, like I've seen over the last 10, 15 years that like in terms of working conditions, like I've seen it improve, and I've seen it for my team members now. I have 70 employees. I don't even remember HR being a thing back when I first got a job. So they can talk to, therapist or whatever they need if they're on stress leave or whatever it is. Have wages kept up compared to house prices? Absolutely.
Isn't it so good that this business owner here admitting to knowing so much about the HR system and all the requirements, the entitlements, that people have when they are in a stressful working environment? I wonder if that's just an admission, or he stumbled across that by accident, reading up on law, or if he's had a lot of instances where his employees are constantly on stress leave. That's an interesting one.
Not, I'll agree with you with that. But I have seen personally wages myself go up dramatically over the past 5 to 10 years.
That's not correct. Real wages have declined to a 2011 level at the moment.
It's not in my business.
Real wages have gone down.
I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, but real wages have gone down because of inflation and things, but there's also all the like non-wage costs of employment. You add superannuation on top of that, you add, if people get leave entitlements, you have to have a accounting team to pay them, like all these other non-wage costs of employment have grown as well, and that's a product of regulation. And not saying it's a bad thing, it's something that we've chosen, that we want people to have better conditions. So that's probably where there's the disconnect between a business owner and a worker.
But that's not the complete...
I'm not saying it's a complete
real wages
thing.
Have just declined.
No, I agree with you. Real wages have declined, but there's that...
And they haven't been caught up by, the 1% increase in superannuation.
Yeah, no.
Contributions. That's just...
No, but it's not just about super. There's like
all the other things. But that doesn't meet the gap that's been created.
100%.
Real wages
100%. I agree with you. But I think this is getting back to like what I don't think workers are well off under this version of, I wouldn't even call what we have now capitalism. It's like big government, big corporate.
There we go. So this is like I guess you would say a libertarian take on all of this. Like this ain't, and this is like a classic critique of commies, or you dirty commies out there. It's just like, oh yeah, but haven't done real communism yet. And like he's about to give us like, this isn't real capitalism. This is cronyism or corporatism, or like, big evil multinational corporations that are coming to take away your rights and destroy your cultural identity and your national identity, all that sort of stuff. It's an evil corporation that's taken over. Let's just get back to grassroots and traditional capitalism. So like, this is an interesting take hearing this one. I'm blaming Wuhan for not putting extra year in researching before releasing it into the wet market. These people might not have been around. Will this be censored? Dun, dun, dun. No, I got through it.
Like a terrible system. Half of the jobs created in the decade after the GFC were in healthcare and social assistance, education and training, and public administration. And those three industries are characterised by high rates of part-time work and low wages. So we were told this transition to a services...
Nearly half of job growth has been concentrated in health, education and public administration. Public administration is among the higher paying sectors, while health and education have median earnings near the national average and high part-time work rates.
Based economy was going to be great. Really, it's just these taxpayer-funded, low-wage, part-time jobs, which
that subsidise private companies, yeah.
I definitely see that it's a lot harder for workers and especially young people, but I feel like there's also a lot of opportunities as well for our generation, like if you actually have a look at some of the richest Australians, like some of them are actually young people that have started innovative businesses that are changing the world. And I feel like maybe if we found ways to like support people into maybe creating their own businesses, it would just be more prosperous for all of us. One of my friends, he started a business from Western Sydney as well and turned into like $100 million business. And he actually moved overseas and like took that business overseas because he didn't really see the growth opportunity in Australia. And it's just such a shame that, you know, some of these really innovative companies and business owners like moving overseas, taking all those jobs and resources with them.
I think like with that example that you use is really good because like when you say, you know, this person took their business away to another country and started doing it there, like we don't need that person. At the end of the day, like it's working people that make the whole world run like they do for every single business. Workers know how to run businesses better than their bosses. Like the Sydney Opera House was completed under workers' control, for example. They kicked the bosses off the site and then finished it themselves. We don't need bosses. We don't need people like hoarding their...
The Sydney Opera House took 14 years to build. During the final construction phase, 1972, a group of workers expelled management and ran their operations under workers' control for 5 weeks. They won reduced hours, improved pay and conditions. After ending the action, they finished part of the construction by January 73. The entire Opera House was completed in September 73. Hey, look at this guy. The Opera House was built by workers' control for 5 weeks. Dilemma is 50% of Aussies now rely on government jobs or contracts to make ends meet, while that number goes up. People will keep getting poorer. Like, do you think that's actually... So what you're saying, Dilemmas, is actually it's government jobs that are the problem. So like if you just eliminated all government jobs, then people would get richer? Or is it more, I would say it's actually more that the market doesn't provide jobs in Australia anymore. And to stop people from being completely destroyed and the economy suffering because there's so many people unemployed, the government steps in and just fills in the cracks by hiring more government employees. Because like the alternative to that dilemma is literally the government just says, no, we're not hiring more people anymore. And actually, you know, if anything, we're making people poorer. So like, let's just cut out all the government jobs. I think if we just got rid of government jobs, Australia would be completely fucked economically. I don't know if I am down with your logic on that one, Dilemmas. Unless I'm reading it wrong. It's not one or the other. Both government and big business are abusing the middle class, etc. It's a balance. Yeah, but like, you know, people will get poorer the more the government employs people. I don't know if I agree with that. I think the government, technically, in a country like Australia, where we have deindustrialized for a large part, we rely on the service sector to fuel our economy. Like you keep saying all the time that like when AI takes the jobs, you know, AI doesn't buy stuff, so the economy's fucked. Well, if the private sector doesn't produce enough jobs to employ Australia's population, so our economy has consumers, the government just steps in and employs people, so we can have a consumer base. That's what is happening there. I think that's the real issue is, again, the market is failing to employ enough people for us to have a consumer base. And so you have record levels of government employment. Okay, crazy how they act as if Western Sydney is povo when it's $1 million minimum for housing. Your mate was already rich and came from a wealthy family. So good. Povo. Dilemmas, you do need bosses. My boss don't know how to extrude plastic, but they provide capital to buy the plastic for me to extrude. Interesting. So like what you're saying though, Dilemmas, is you do the work and they just provide the money. So bosses just provide the cash. The market is looking at ways to employ less people with AI. Yes. And so government jobs are important to provide services for the whole community. Yeah. The increases in the public sector is a reaction to neoliberalism. Yes, I believe so as well. Yeah. I don't know how people find this hard to comprehend. Fix the system. You'll fix the government. I don't disagree. The market is a mess. But like it's gaps in it that are having to be plugged by like, I guess, government employment, I guess.
Capital and then threatening people to move, or threatening governments to move their capital overseas if they implement some policy that they don't like. They should just disappear and workers should run everything because we make everything run.
The problem with and I agree, having workers owning the businesses they work for would be a good thing, and that I firmly believe in profit sharing schemes and like employee ownership, share ownership and things like that. It's great.
They provide the capital and the risk. When I mess up, I don't get paid docked. The bosses take the hit, but they also take more profit because of the risk. Slow down. I think, that's fine. If you want to say the capitalists or the bosses, whoever fronts the capital, let's just say, take all the risk. I think that's absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. If you mess up, if I mess up, I don't get my pay docked. Bullshit. If you mess up multiple times, do you reckon you will have a job in the future? No, they will say that you're incompetent and they will get rid of you. That's a risk. By taking up a form of employment and you not living up to expectations for whatever reasons, it could be completely accidental or it could be due to your actual incompetence. Your risk is if you have a contractual obligation with this employer here, and for any reason they decide to terminate your employment, your life is completely turned upside down. That is extremely risky for you as an individual and potentially you as someone who is in a family or is someone who earns for a family. And so like workers have taken on incredible risks. And like if you're working in an industry or in a workplace where your labor is physical as well, there are plenty of risks to your person. Let's just say you have some type of accident in your workplace and you are incapacitated and therefore no longer beneficial to that place of work. If you don't have a good system in place for you to have some type of compensation, they get rid of you because you can't work. There are incredible risks to being a worker. Incredible risks. We just don't talk about them like they're risks. That's just life. Well, like for capitalists, like fronting cash is just life too. It's not really a risk. It's just being a capitalist. That's the extreme end, yes. If you mess up enough, you get fired. But if I fumble a job and lose 5K, I don't lose that money. Yeah, well, like if they make a bad investment decision, it's not going to kill them. They lose 5K and they can probably write it off in tax. Because like they've tried to spend money on a new part of their business, research, development, something like that, and they'll just write it off as an expense. So like it's not that risky for them either. So like if it's on a spectrum, then fine. But if they continue to make poor decisions, then yes, they risk their entire business, just like you risk your employment and then your livelihood. It's the same thing for them. I think it's complete fallacy that capitalists have risks and workers don't. I think that is an absolute fallacy. And it's like the fallacy of capitalism. Like you are imprinted with that logic dilemmas because it helps support the system. They don't want you to think that you take risks. They just want you to offer yourself to the market. Once again, a balance must be struck. But also, I've never worked for a company that has more than 20 employees. So admittedly, it might be speaking out of school in regards to big business. Yeah, and that's on the spectrum too. But like the idea that capitalists take risks and workers don't is a complete fallacy. Wookie, Ravi, I found the shirt. Your prayers have been answered, Ravi. I don't know. I just don't buy it that capitalists take risks and workers don't take any risks at all. I think that is fucking outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Problem becomes one of coordination, and that's the beauty of capitalism, is you have someone who comes along and they have money and they say, I'm going to start a business. It's hard to do that if you've got 1,000 random people. So that's the beauty of capitalism as a system, is this coordination and it's the profit motive, is that incentive to coordinate something complex most of the time.
Who's John Nash? I would like to know.
something on the line. And it was interesting you talking about this distinction between business owner and workers. Like, that's what self-employment is. Like, that's if you're an electrician.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like the petty bourgeois or anything. I'm talking about like workers and the people who exploit their labour.
Yeah, exploit is such a loaded term, though.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it's not exploitation if you go and voluntarily work for someone.
Yeah, if you have to survive, yes, it is.
Well, everyone has to work. Like, you have to earn.
Yeah, because we need to survive.
So then you're being exploited.
100%.
Yeah,
So
that's exploitation. That's the definition of exploitation. You have to do something.
That's how the world is. You got to work to make money.
Totally. Yeah, and that's therefore why it's exploitation.
You have to eat, and you have to like warm yourself or shelter yourself.
Correct.
And so I guess in days gone by, people used to try to do that on their tiny little scale of
when we lived in a feudal
toiling
society.
in a field. Yeah. Well, before that, even toiling in a field, you have to work to live.
It's different risks. I risk physically, but not financially. The inverse is true for the boss. I could be the boss if I could get the capital, but I'd also not want the responsibility of being boss. Yeah, but okay, look, I get your distinction there, but like for you, a physical risk is thus a financial risk. If you get hurt physically and you are unable to do your job, and that's in any capacity of your physicality, like if you are stressed out and you have a mental breakdown, or if you, I don't know, hurt your right arm and you can no longer function in the workplace, that is now a financial burden on you. Because then you can't make money to support your existence, which is exactly what they're talking about right now. And so like your physical risk is a direct financial risk for you, because if you're now useless because you're physically unable to do your job, the question is, do you get paid anymore? And like, you know, like just to keep it very simply, no, you don't. You are now useless to the system of employment. You aren't worth a wage. So your physical risks are financial risks at the end of the day. But like you don't want to call the shots. You don't have the responsibility of being a boss, because there's a lot of mental stress that comes with that responsibility. And I don't want to be there. I just want to get paid for what I do. Then fine, that's a choice. But like I don't think you can say that workers aren't constantly making risks that are financially linked to their existence, just like a capitalist does. 100%. But I'm happy to work for a wage, freedom through simplicity. But that entails the government doesn't take my wage through threat or force. Interesting. Evil government, eh? If the person with the idea that needs the workers to make their idea reality, they should get rewarded equally. Listen to you, sarsaparilla Jane. You little commie, you. Hey, be careful what you say. They're watching us. Okay, I risk both financial and physical. I can guarantee you the physical risk is far scarier. Yeah. Acting like this isn't true is absolutely ridiculous. Wookie, being responsible doesn't mean you have more worth, though. Why is being a boss worth more than being a worker? I think that is a fundamental philosophical question of our form of economy. Like 100%, Wookie. Like why is being a boss and having more responsibility or taking financial risks with my money make you worth more than a worker? As Sarsaparilla Jane said, like it's actually a really fair point. Like if a person who has an idea needs other humans to come together to turn that into reality, then why are they any more important? If what you're trying to achieve is impossible without other humans inputting, then like, I'm sorry, they are as crucial to that reality as you are. You need other humans. Like let's just acknowledge that. But that's not the system. And that's not the way that we've been indoctrinated into this system to believe in that. We aren't equal to the challenge in so many ways. The climate is already irreversible and destined to get far worse, apparently. Revy baby happened to me. Right, there we go. Now, here's a story for you. Might have to do some working class stories soon, so people can win back some of their working class consciousness. Wookie, because you can cause more damage, question mark. Dilemma is, I've done my back at work, so I understand physical risk. And work helped me out a lot to get back to work, gave me lots of time and support, but my personal experience does differ from others. So it's a risk. It's a risk. And it's a financial risk as well. Like if you hurt yourself and they hadn't been so graceful, your physical risk translates directly into a financial problem. You've seen so many businesses go under and pull their cash out into gold and declare bankruptcy, only to sell that same gold later on. Interesting. I've seen, maybe. Govan, post-human climate fortress in Greenland. Hey, I'm not saying it was aliens. No, it's probably fucking Peter Thiel and the tech bros. They got their eyes on Greenland for their network state utopia. Ravi, 10 years in the business, needed time off, then took off too much time from medicals so they could legally move me on based on the amount of time missed, even though I used 800 hours annual I accrued. That's crazy. 2 years out of 10 of medical treatments and providing care for dying family members. See ya. 4AS. It's a factor. Mine had me sitting HR interviews regarding my attendance with my grandmother I was looking after, dying in the next room. Fuck. KK, work only helped you due to decades of unions fighting for your rights. Stop being ignorant. LOL. Look, you gotta appreciate that one, Dilemmas. If they were treating you nicely, it's probably because of years of working people fighting hard to get that fair treatment. And it might not even be direct to your workplace, but the struggle has been there. 100% KK. All right, let's get back to the debate.
Like, well, before that, even toiling in a field, you have to work to live. That's like,
totally,
that's just
but you don't have to be
life,
exploited to live. So like that, you know, in a feudal society, for example, people owned their own means of production. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great way to live, but there wasn't like a boss or a factory.
Hang on, let's just hold on to this for a second, because people throw this around like it's some type of fact, and I think it confused people that are like trying to understand like Marxism and all that. You're running in to defend capitalist overlords. Voltaires in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Whoa. Yes, thank you, Forias. It's so good. Running to defend capitalist overlords. It's so true. Getting shot and then dying anyway. Exploding. Oh man, I don't discount that or that labor champion those rights for workers. Whoa. Okay, back to like this guy is just like yeah, but like, you know, peasants own the means of production. Like everyone knows what that means. Remember, means of production are many things, but the means of production, anything that helps you produce value. So like, you know, if you're a peasant and you're making food for yourself, your land and your, I don't know, your fucking tools or whatever you use, those are your means of production. Because they help you produce something so you can do whatever you want with it. Eat it, sell it on the market, who the fuck cares? And so he's saying, yeah, in feudal times, a lot of peasants own their means of production. Okay, they might be right for certain things, but like they're also, peasants were tied to the land in certain circumstances. They had feudal arrangements, and so like they might have owned a small plot, but then they also worked on a larger, I don't know, property that was owned by a landlord somewhere, and they had different arrangements and they were tied together for other reasons. So like, yeah, when he says, oh, it was better in feudal times because people own their own means of production, it's the same way that, like, I don't know, a construction worker today, many of them don't rely on their employer to provide the tools that they use. They go out and buy their own tools and their own, like, I don't know, safety gear, because they prefer to have tools that they like. and they don't want to have to deal with their employers' shitty stocks. They buy their own shit. So like technically construction workers who own their own power drill or something like that own their own means of production because they prefer to use that than what the boss supplies or the company supplies. So they might own their means of production, but like, do they own all of the means of production that the company owns? No. Like they don't have the same level of ownership and control over what they're doing. So like this guy, he's throwing around like kind of like just one-liners that a lot of Marxists and stuff like that use, but I don't even know. I'm not convinced that Purple Pingers over here actually understands some of the one-liners that he throws around. I'm not convinced yet. Purple Pingers, come on, man. That's a misappropriation of historical materialism, buddy. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, have you come across this guy before, 4AS, Purple Pingers? Because, like, he says all the one-liners that a good Marxist should, but I'm not sure if he understands fully what he throws down. I wish when I was younger, I sued a boss. She forced me to go in her car to her doctor when I fell at work and went to his computer to look at my medical records. I didn't know it was illegal at the time. Fuck, that's crazy. Ravy to Wookie. To keep my job, they wanted to know my entire medical history, medications at what time of day and dosage I take them. My doctor reported them, but yeah, fuck. Okay, if we use super correctly, workers would literally own the means of production. It's so weird that we have that much cash stockpiled in different investment funds. It's ridiculous. Yeah, crazy. Rev, because my mood was down because my grandparents just died. I can't believe they forced access to your medical record. It's crazy. He's been on Deprogram Pod, I'm pretty sure. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Ravy, she was checking the computer while he was out of the room, grabbing results. Fucking mental. See my point now? Purple Pingers is... Okay. Oh, what you said about Purple Pingers before? Like, he's got it. Like, you agree with him in theory. But, like, the way that he says stuff, it's just like... Okay. Well, this is like... I think people like this potentially, and like I really don't want to criticize this guy too much. I don't know much about him, but like this, I'm going to talk about people of this nature. I think they do a lot of damage to, Marxism or whatever, because like they have these one-liners that they like to throw down because it sounds cool, but if you don't really understand what you're saying and you use it in the wrong context, like this pink shirt fucking young liberal douchebag over here with his like like, come on, look at this guy. And this guy's just like, oh, exploitation, it's such a bad word. Don't use that word. Like, if you don't explain what you're saying properly and you don't understand it yourself, don't use words like exploitation, because exploitation doesn't have to have a negative connotation. It can just objectively describe a situation. If you're exploiting a situation, if you can exploit resources, like when Australians talk about wanting to get more money out of foreign corporations that are extracting gas and selling it to Japan for cheaper than they sell it on the Australian market. Like, we're just talking about exploiting our resources. Exploitation, the word, doesn't have to have a negative connotation. But like, if people like Pink Shirt Boy over here are offended by the word exploitation because they feel bad when it's used, well, that's Pink Shirt Boy's problem. But exploitation can be an objective description of something. So if, Pink Shirt Boy doesn't like it, then maybe he's got a fucking guilty conscience. Tough tits, Pink Shirt Boy. If you don't like someone describing when someone exploits a situation and gets a benefit out of it, you don't like that because it makes you feel bad, well, fucking you fucking have to deal with that, bro. Not our problem. I'm calling him Pink Shirt Boy. I don't have a better description for him. Sorry. Yeah, they said they didn't believe my doctor's opinion that I was dealing with grief and would take a few months to bounce back. I said, okay, antidepressants, I'm doing everything I can, and boom, medical reports. Known her personally for 6 years, ex-colleagues before she poached me for her store, then dumped me. LOL. Shit. Here's the working class stories coming out in the mix. They did it to another colleague who sued and won but I didn't have the energy. In short, I'm with a Wookiee. I'm with you, Wookiee. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Yeah. Pink shirt boy and purple shirt boy. Pinger shirt boy.
It wasn't great. It wasn't a great way to live, but there wasn't like a boss or a factory worker
in a feudal system where you literally had a lord and you had a serf.
Well, here's the context. Feudalist societies varied greatly, but in the main form, wealth was land owned by lords or kings. Serfs, the lowest class of peasants, were bound to landlords' plots, and they worked on to survive. Landlords had extensive power over serfs. In context, feudalism actually sucked balls. I don't know what Purple Fingers is going on about. Even Pink Shirt Boy's calling it out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Feudalism sucks.
Or a factory worker
in a feudal system where you literally had a lord and you had a serf. I think there was
but you were given board and food. You didn't pay for
you
food.
You owned the things that you needed.
Love board and food.
I don't want to go back to feudalism. No, we're on track. We're on track to feudalism. I would say
100% agree
because
with you.
right now, as you're explaining, like we have to work to be able to feed ourselves.
Now they just look dumb. These two. See, when you don't explain stuff properly, like all of them, like even her, she's like, oh, this is fucking awkward as fuck.
How? So we're working for the capital owners that have the profit motive. Where did they get that capital from? It was still from workers. So while I agree, like you do need to have someone that can be like a ringleader, but that you can do that within a worker-centric like view where you still don't have a hierarchy, right? So you don't need someone to have accumulated wealth based on the work of others to then come and then accumulate more wealth based on the work of others. And the profit motive inherently gets in the way of actually those workers' quality of life, because the profit motive doesn't serve the product or the workers, it only serves the people that are profiting.
This is, sorry, I'm just going to make this point really quickly.
Please.
This is the absolutely amazing, beautiful, revolutionary thing about living in a free capitalist society. You can go do that if you want to.
No,
Wrong. He's so close. This is the revolutionary thing about living in a capitalist society. It's not it had nothing to do with being free, okay? Like the idea that freedom and capitalism exists in the same sphere is just nonsense. Okay, you can have a society where people don't have freedoms and liberties and stuff like that, and it'd still be capitalist. Let's just fucking eradicate that little condition there. Pink shirt boy. Capitalism and freedom are not the same thing.
Revolutionary thing about living in a free capitalist society. You can go do that if you want to.
No,
you
we
can
can't
go start a
we
workers'
can't,
collective.
because
yes, you can. You can go. No one is stopping you from starting a workers' collective and going and doing that.
Capital.
You're totally
You are free to own your own property, pink shirt boy. You're not free to do what you want. You are free to own your own pink shirts.
Yeah, but we don't have access to workers.
You go and get a loan and you start a business. That's how it works.
And then
you can't just go and get a loan. Like there's so many things. You have to have a property to get a loan potentially.
I
agree. So
I grew up poorer than anyone here, I would dare say.
How do you know that?
Because I know. Mount Druitt, Western Sydney. I'm very confident in that. So I think it's up to the individual. Like, yes, you can't just say it's too hard, it's too difficult, and there shouldn't be a boss out there. Why? I think, some bosses give people a bad rap, but like, you need people to be rewarded for the risk that they take. Otherwise, businesses wouldn't be started in the first place.
So did some bosses give it a bad rap, but like, come on, for the most part, they're great. It's like, I was reading a book. I have been reading a book on the slave trade in the Caribbean, let's say, and they were describing the argument of like, hey, not all slave owners were bad, right? There were some good slave owners out there, and they were kind of going through the details of what a good slave owner was compared to a bad slave owner. And it's like probably true. There were probably heaps of good slave owners, but like comparable to what? The bad slave owners. And even by today's standards, the good slave owners still look like horrible people. It's funny when you think of it. Jesus, the density. Most governments give a bad rap, lol. They're arguing on weak points. They need to redirect the conversation as to how the system would function better, instead of why we shouldn't have bosses. Yeah, this conversation I found has been around very superficial and artificial talking points, like really superficial stuff. It's not really about capitalism at all. It's just about like, is Australian society, why does the Australian economy suck at the moment? Is there anything we can do about that?
Is the land of the fair.
Arguing for something is easier than arguing against something. It's the reason the right gets into power. They position themselves as arguing for something and makes the left defend something. Interesting.
Go. If you work hard enough, you
in the first place.
Australia is the land of the fair go. If you work hard enough, you can overcome anything.
I think it's complete bullshit. We supposedly cultivate this idea that hard yakka is the most important thing in Australia, and if you just get into the pits and pull your socks up that you can achieve anything. But we have a system that punishes us for doing that work and rewards just sitting on property or sitting on an investment that appreciates over time. If you win a marathon, but you got a head start halfway down the running track, then you didn't really win based on merit. And that's the truth of privilege in a society like Australia. That there's people that are born in super high socioeconomic areas that have way more opportunity, way more chance, way more capital to invest and opportunities from their network, from the schools they went to, and there are people that are born into the opposite end of the spectrum.
From my personal experience, like I grew up in housing commission, in poverty. My mother's only source of income was a pension. Now, personally owning a lot of property and a business and well off, I'd say I'm the exception, but I think it's a combination of you have to learn to take the accountability on yourself at the same time, because I've found personally over the years, if I would say it's this person's fault or it's the government's fault, or then I would be giving them the power in a sense. You know, there's a lot of things that could be changed and improved upon that. Like I would rather try to empower someone than say it's too difficult.
Do you think that everyone can achieve what you've achieved? If everyone, how many homes do you own?
I own different types of properties, like over 180 properties that I personally own. Do I think that people can get to my level, everybody? Obviously not, because then everyone would have that. I realized from a young age when I was a teenager that people that were well off, they owned property or they had a good job, and I was not around that atmosphere at all. So my goal was to get a property as soon as I could. I couldn't even qualify to buy a property to live in because my weekly wage was like $500 per week. The only other option was to buy a small investment property, and then I used that to, buy more, and I continued saving and living humbly at the same time.
What would you say to...
Makes sense why destinies one of the world think, or destinies of the world think that they can yell and scream like children to win a debate. Are you noticing what I've said? It almost feels as if it's pre-rigged by the questions. The left has to defend their idea while the right agrees with the idea. Yeah. And put too much value on debate me, bro, because that way they're always on the offense, not the defense. I agree with getting rid of capital gains and negative gearing, but a blanket view of landlords shouldn't exist, I believe, is wrong. Interesting. And like, is it something particular about landlords that it's funny because the view on landlords, like you should get rid of landlords and all that sort of stuff, was actually something in support of capitalism. If you look at the history of it, like landlords were the people from the old feudal society that they just existed because they owned shit, and so they extracted money out of the fact that they just owned stuff. Like capitalists actually were entrepreneurial. They had skill. They had capital, but they had a vision and they put that into action. And so they developed society. They developed industry and birthed the Industrial Revolution. But like landlords just are parasites, basically, in the sense that they just own shit. And usually from the transition from a feudal affair, they just own stuff because of their birthright. They were aristocracy. They had land entitlement. And so they just extracted rent. And the capitalists hated them because they just extracted rent from the capitalists and stopped them from pouring more money into research and development and further developing industrial society and progressing the human race, basically. So it's like when you hear people talk about, like, you throw that one-liner away, like fucking purple pingers and people like that, about like you should like kill all the landlords and stuff like that. That's actually from a time, like the times of like Adam Smith and all that sort of stuff. when they were actually arguing for the capitalist cause, and they wanted to get rid of landlords because they were actually holding back the economy. And like capitalists were going to be the ones that were going to change that game. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. But like, yeah, I don't think we really need landlords, to be honest. In a market society, anyway. You don't need landlords. You can have entrepreneurs, a society full of entrepreneurs. Housing shouldn't be a business. I think if you work hard to buy property, that should be yours, etc. But using the tax system to pull money from the taxpayer to boost your real estate portfolio is the issue, not black and white. Generally, that's how I see it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we've got a very particular system in here. I am lord of the manor. I am master of my domain. And I will extract rents off you plebs. Take it. Tough.
Someone sleeping rough, like, how would they get their foot in the door?
Like pretty much the same way I did. I took it upon myself to learn, and nowadays I believe it's actually probably even easier to get the right information and knowledge if they've got YouTube. Like all that stuff is for free. Like that wasn't around when I was starting out. But
So
I guess
you reckon someone sleeping rough can buy like a cheaper property, like now, because of YouTube?
Oh, there's a defined sleeping rough.
Like sleeping on the street?
Well, that's a different thing, I would say. Like, they obviously have to get a job and work and get an income, I think, no matter what, if they want to buy a house or not. Like, I think that's probably somewhere to start.
I want to go back to meritocracy. I feel like a lot of people that grow up with families from immigrant backgrounds, you kind of get taught, like, if you just work hard, go to school, get a good job, like, you're sorted for life. And it wasn't until over time where I realized that necessarily isn't the case. And there was a study done, and they looked at 260,000 people's tax returns, and they were really surprised because they found that if you went to the same university and did the same degree, the children that had wealthier parents ended up earning more. And that's not to say like it is only caused by having wealthy families, but it just goes to show, yes, personal responsibility helps, but it's also acknowledging the hurdles.
Totally, yeah.
I would agree with that, for sure.
Yeah, like when
Yeah, I define sleeping rough. Talking about a single-story apartment, a bungalow. I agree, you shouldn't need landlords, but if you choose to invest in property, it should be with your own capital, so to speak. Yeah, fair enough. Again, if people have worked hard to buy property so they can fucking extract rent from it, I guess, like, that's a very different situation to people just owning, I don't know, swathes of agricultural land or land that has natural resources on it just so they can extract rents, or people that own, you know, entire commercial skyscrapers, and people that own entire like warehouses and factories just so they can extract rent from people that are trying to be productive with that land, like, you know, capitalists that are trying to start it, like run a business from that land, and they're just paying rents to someone because they have ownership over it. Like, I think the landlord debate, it's problematic because when people think about landlords, they think about a mum and dad who want to just rent their house out so they have a bit of extra passive income or something. Like, that's bullshit. That's not what landlords are about. And that's why when these people throw away these Marxist one-liners about landlords, and people are like, but I wanted to buy an investment property, so I had some rental income. I like landlords. Surely not all landlords are bad. It's like, it's not really about mums and dads buying a house to get some rental income from it. That's got nothing. That's not why people say that landlords shouldn't exist. Landlords shouldn't exist because there are people out there, there are corporations out there that just buy up shit so other people can't have it, so they can extract rent off them. And they're usually extracting rent off, like I said, an entrepreneurial class, like a capitalist class. And so the capitalist has to, instead of reinvesting their money in their workers, or reinvesting into like research and development and improving technology or something, they just pay rent to another company who just has property rights over something. Woolworths buy up properties for the pure sake of stopping other businesses setting up shops. See, this is the problem. That's a significant problem. They buy up productive, like, this is what I'm saying, like this land that can be, or, use for a productive purpose and just exclude other people from being productive with it. That's the problem of landlord behavior. 4AS, what they should have approached from this historical materialist perspective is saying it's a totality problem. Yeah, but that requires a pretty good understanding of what the hell capitalism is in the first place. Don't you reckon, 4AS? I don't know if any of these people, like if you pin them down, you know what they should have done at the start of this debate is, okay, this is about capitalism. Is capitalism a good system? Like, what the fuck is capitalism? I don't know if they could describe what it is. It's really hard to describe. Okay, like when the Mount Druitt guy was saying, but there's good landlords. I would react by saying, yeah, okay, let's universalize that maxim, as Kant would say. There are good slave owners and bad slave owners. Is slavery wrong? Yeah. Apparently it is.
Know that like the biggest determinators of how successful you are or how much wealth you get are, you know, which postcode were you born in? How many houses do your parents own? How much do your parents earn? Like, were you born with a disability? Are you Aboriginal or a Torres Strait Islander, for example? These things we have no control over, and they're the biggest determinants of how well we do. Like, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to assume that if anyone works hard, you know, they can achieve.
I'd say there are good landlords too if I own 100 investment properties. It's pretty funny. Sometimes moralizing is like hindsight. It's 2020.
Achieve whatever they want.
But Australia didn't used to be like that. Obviously, disadvantages always.
What's his name? What's Pink Shirt's name?
But Australia.
Cian? Is that a Cayenne? Cian? Hussey? His name is Hussey.
Didn't you?
Economist from Policy Analyst. Cian Hussey. Pink shirt guy.
Used to be like that. Obviously, disadvantages always existed, and certain people have had it rougher than others. To, you know, our parents or grandparents, it was the case that if you went and got a job and worked hard and saved money, you could buy a house. It's not the case.
People born in the 90s have experienced almost no income growth compared to those from the 1980s, according to the Productivity Commission 2024 report on economic mobility in Australia. Okay. 4AS. We know for sure it was wrong after the fact. To say a system has some bad apples means you aren't analysing it to the full extent. Yeah.
Anymore, for young people in particular. So among 25 to 34-year-olds, in 1981, the bottom 20% of income earners in that age group owned a house, 45%. So almost half owned a house. In 2021, is 25%. So what we've seen across all age groups is lower income households are no longer homeowners, whereas they used to be. That's like the foundation for then building, you know, broader wealth or building some kind of intergenerational wealth. So I don't think we really are, particularly for younger Australians, not really the country of a fair go anymore.
We hear this catchphrase, billionaires.
Australia not the country of a fair go. Again, like that's the rhetoric. It's like the Australian dream, the American dream, all that sort of stuff. It's just rhetoric. The system doesn't deliver that stuff anymore. There was a nice golden age after World War, 2 world wars, where like things were more balanced, I guess you would say, in terms of wealth distribution. And so like, you know, certain people in certain parts of the world enjoyed a great period where workers had a lot of prosperity. But that didn't last for long. And it's not coming back unless we destroy a lot more capital and a lot of people's lives and plunge the entire world into world wars. But is that really the price to pay? So workers get like a few decades of prosperity? Do we really need world wars to balance out the system? Oh, I think we can do it without the world wars. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to leave it there. I've got to bounce. I think we should pick this up tomorrow. What are we up to? Someone help me remember this for tomorrow. We're up to... no one should be worth $1 billion. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. No one should be worth $1 billion. And finish off this debate. But yeah, I gotta bounce. Ravy, my partner came from wealthy parents. We do everything independently. And I call him my uptown girl because they would physically recoil when I told them where I grew up. Uptown girl. But I just got home. Sorry. But I do have to bounce. I'm sorry. But you hold yourself so well. Was my favorite of the shit responses. So wow. That's interesting. If you have billions of dollars, you've stolen something from someone along the way. Multiple people, usually. We can take the system on. We can take the system on with the system itself. I've got major ideas around investment funds. You could literally take over the capitalist system. Very interesting. And time, maybe we can explore that with continuing tomorrow's debate. Save that. Hold that thought, please. Hold that thought. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. I'll try to go back as far as I can. I think Woozle gave me a donation today through a super chat. So thank you very much for that. Wookie, Dilemmas. Who else we got here? Govan hanging out. Ravy Baby, KK Online. Hobo Joe. I think Voltato is back. Daniel hanging out today too. 4IS. Jag in here earlier. Ninja Nurse was hanging out. I did say Woozle before, I'm pretty sure. Thank you very much. Who else we got here today? I'm sure there's other people, but I can't go all the way back, so I do apologize. But thank you for your interactions, everybody. Do appreciate it. I'm sorry if I've missed you. Have I missed anyone in the stream chat? Mamupa was hanging out today as well, yes. Before. Captain Bucket was here too. Just here to watch a trash fire. So thank you, everyone. And we will be back tomorrow. And we'll finish off this debate for the afternoon session. Start off with other stuff, but we'll end on this tomorrow. But yes, until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. And I'll see you on the morrow. Is it hump day tomorrow? It is hump day. I'll see you for a lovely hump day.